we can begin the meeting. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. For that, I'd like to bring the regular meeting of Township Council to order, and the first item is the adoption and receipt of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Kunst. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Aye.
I know maybe I should have put this in the agenda. Generally, I do this in my mayor's report, but I wanted to make a statement at the beginning of the meeting. I just want to say that I know myself, and I'm sure residents of the Township of Langley and members of council share with me my feelings about what's happened in the Ukraine. And my thoughts, I know council's thoughts, are certainly going out to the people of the Ukraine in this most difficult time, something that I never thought I would see in my lifetime, another European war such as we're seeing now. And it's extremely disturbing to see that happens. What's different this time with social media and with media, I think the people of Russia are not happy with the way things are going either. And I feel for those who are standing up for their rights and standing up for what they believe is right and are risking everything to go out and protest. But especially feel for those people in Ukraine who are losing everything and having to sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice, to defend their country. So I just wanted to say that we stand with them, and I also, we do have an opportunity to show our support. We do have a bridge that we can light up in blue and yellow, which would require a motion of council. And I would ask if council would like to make a motion to light up the bridge on 64. The name slipped my mind. the Cole Harmony Bridge, and for a period of 1 week. I know staff will work on it either tomorrow or it might take another day to do it, but I would say till Wednesday of next week that we light up that bridge. So it's been moved. Sorry, who moved it? Councillor Arneson moved. Councillor Ferguson second. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much for bringing this up, Mr. Mayor Froese, and I think it's a very appropriate gesture that we do this to honor our allies in the Ukraine. I did have a question. I was going to raise it under other business, but I wonder if I could raise it now.
Certainly.
My question is, does the township have any contracts? Do we purchase any products or services either directly or indirectly from Russia? And if we do, can we cancel those contracts?
Mr. Backen.
Your Worship, I don't believe that we do, but we can certainly go and confirm that's the case and advise if we do have any such contracts.
Okay, well then, Mr. Mayor, do I need to put a motion on maybe after this one that we request staff to review our contracts, or can staff just take that as direction?
Yeah, Mr. Backen is indicating that he'll take that as direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Arneson. And before you speak, I just want to thank you. I know you'd sent an email requesting the lighting of the bridge, so, and thank you.
Sincerely believing that council would want to go forward with that, but I know it's a formality that we have to go through. I just wanted to make, I guess, a friendly amendment to this. In addition to any contracts that we may have, I'm wondering, we've looked in the past of any of our investments. Sometimes I know that we have township bonds or other things, and I would like to know, for example, are any of them implicated with Russian economic, whatever companies there would be that we could look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Backen will take that. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed, and that carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to adoption of minutes. The special council meeting for budget purposes on February 7th and the regular council meeting on February 7th. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Kunst. Any errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed, and that carries unanimously. Thank you. Delegations. We have one delegation, Mr. Bill Fizzle. I ask Mr. Fizzle to come forward to the mic. I'll turn the mic on.
Not a delegation.
Well, yeah, I know you're one man. We do, under agenda, we do refer to you as a delegation, so thank you very much for coming, and just if you just provide, so it's recorded, your name, the neighborhood that you live in, and you'll have 5 minutes to present.
It's been a month to get where I am right now. A little background, I moved into Langley. I live at 8968 208th Street. I moved in here about 22 years ago, and in a 10 square radius block of where we're standing right now, I have probably built 300 or 400 units in this city, and North Van and West Van. So my wife brought it to my attention that there's these giant 5G towers. So I've got a map here with just where I live. Okay, and I made I went and bought myself an EMF meter, and I'm genuinely worried about how many more of these towers are going in. I did line up a couple of questions. I'm not here to take up your time, you know, highfalutin counselors and all, but who allows private people that have, say, strata councils to put 5G towers on the roof of their buildings for money for their strata? Now, most of these towers are all Rogers. TELUS hasn't even started yet, okay? I'm very familiar with TELUS and fiber optic and how it all works. I'm very in the construction industry as well. I usually go in and take out old houses and build places for 20, 30, 50, 75 people to live. And I'm completely adept at the procedure. So what I want to know is who is allowing all these 5G towers, and are they qualified to make those decisions? And then there's also, there's a giant one at the back of the Amazon warehouse. It's got to be 3-4 stories high. Let's see here. What is smart city? Are we smart city yet? And smart city is surveillance. And I believe that that's what these 5G towers are about. You've already surveillanced the schools with cameras, and these 5G towers they're camera operated. They're in there, they have the ability. So that's what I'm concerned about. The smart city, the Internet of Things. I don't know if you know anything about that. Have a look at that. It's where if you're in Calgary and you decide that you want to do your laundry, you can just turn your washing machine on, right? Why do I need to be in Tawasin and put my dryer on? 5G is not about faster videos, faster. It's about surveillance. And I want to know if you guys know this, and who is qualified to even look into this. To be honest, I'm scared. I'm thinking about moving out, sell my place, and go rural. Headaches at night while you sleep. It's just, there's more to this than just faster videos and better access to the internet. What was the last thing here? The Internet of Things is going to be us. Facial recognition. You just put it in here. It goes up into the cloud, and anybody can just go in. They're selling all the information in iCloud. I don't know if any of you are scared, but I am. What's going on in this world it's bad. So I got this here. I just like some of you
Sure.
to have a look at
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
I'll
The
leave
clerk,
it here.
clerk will take it. Thank you.
But yeah, I live in Langley. You know, 3 years ago we lost our nephew to fentanyl.
Sorry to hear that.
You know, I was able to go to an 18-year-old's funeral. And when I talked to the police, you get that kind of blank stare. Oh, we're trying, people are dying all over the place. Now with the vax, there's people in the hospital because of it.
Yeah. Okay. I have a question from a counselor, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Just holding back for a little bit. Councilor Richter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my question actually would probably be directed more to you. Is the question of security surveillance on these 5G towers something that our staff would be in a
surface inside, and that lets us know where they're present. We found them last year, so we know that at least 2 were fine, but that's usually that's usually the tip of the iceberg, basically, if something is going on there. And then usually the next year, which we will be doing, is following up with either 16 or 36 traps per square mile, much higher density to give a better perspective of where it's going, where it is. And we place about 5,000 throughout BC, and sometimes we'll do an egg mass survey. We did do an egg mass survey, but it's total needle in a haystack. We weren't able to find them in the township of Langley, but that is just because it's so hard to find. Next slide. So this is just a quick results of what we found throughout BC. 2 things that were causing this. Lots of detections this year. It's because the outbreaks in Southern Ontario is the most they've ever had, like wide scale defoliation. That means tons and tons of egg masses that get deposited on RVs and outdoor household goods. Those people travel out west, and then the caterpillars emerge from those eggs and cause possible infestations, and we detect them in our traps. So lots of hits, unfortunately. But it is what it is, and we just trying to keep this pest out of the west. So next slide. So this is what we found in the township of Langley. Two single moths. There was actually an LDD just to the north of this section. We don't believe it's related, obviously, because they're 2 separate genetic subspecies. But the AGM was about 2 kilometers apart. It looked like around the industrial area, which is the likely pathway of introduction. Could be on excavators, used cars, any type of cargo that may have come from the Far East, basically. And so we did a scan of the entire area to see what facilities might be harboring those types of materials, did egg mass searches around those facilities, couldn't find anything. And then we drew up the most highest risk areas of where they're likely to be based on negative trap captures, which is the green, and the positive, which is in the red. And then I think that's it, and we'll let Tim take over here.
Okay, thank you. Just to segue from what Dave is saying, I've got a map here showing this location of the AGM treatment site, but we're also be aware that there's another aerial spray that's being proposed for the Grandview Heights area in Surrey, in your neighbor's properties. So there will be 2 operations going on nearby. So this could be quite a busy airspace. So the Ministry of Forests and Lands, Natural Resource Operations and Rural Development is responsible for the permit. We proposed to amend a existing permit that we have with the Ministry of Environment to do aerial spraying for Lymantria moths. A pesticide use permit is required for aerial spraying of the product we're going to be using. And the permit conditions require a lot of engagement, everything from First Nations to multiple public engagements through open houses, providing signages, outreach letters to various parties, contacting preschools and schools, etc. We have opportunities for people to participate in a virtual open house. There's one on March 1st for the Vancouver Island, March 2nd for the Lower Mainland, and we encourage people to sign up through our webpage. We've sent out to all of the citizens in the spray areas a postcard basically announcing the program. So all of the residents in the area should be aware that there is an aerial spray program being proposed. Again, that they were invited through that postcard to sign up for our virtual open house. There's also a 24-hour toll-free information line that will be maintained with the current spray schedule. There's also an option to leave a voicemail message so that we can respond back to for any questions that the caller may have. The key information source is our website. You can see the website address there. I can give you the presentation afterwards for reference. Again, you can subscribe to get an email notification of any changes to the spray schedule by subscribing on our news page. When we update that page with the updated schedule, you'll be able to find out what the latest and greatest is on the treatment schedule. So for the Township of Langley, we do request that, if possible, to add a link to our webpage for your residents, so make it easily accessible. And also, when we do get a permit issued, we are required to have that permit physically available to residents who come to your city hall, and consequently, we have to make sure that we confirm that is available. So this is just an example of the postcards that we sent out. It provided a map as well as basic information and the links that I also provided you in my previous slide. Here's a screenshot of the mail routes. The spray block is in this area right here. So most of these mail routes extend beyond the spray block, which is actually good because a lot of residents will hear a low-flying aircraft. There was about 2,000 addresses in that mail out. We also proposed to put on Fraser Highway and also, I can't remember, the cross street, these digital signboards on the highway, just notifying people that they're flying or driving into a spray block so they're not startled by a low-flying aircraft. And we are required to put lawn signs in for pedestrian traffic, for people walking their dogs or jogging or whatever, to be aware that they are entering a spray block. So these will be placed at key locations throughout the spray zone. On a spray day, you'll see, on a spray day, you'll see a crew placing these what are called spray deposit cards in areas in the spray block and outside into the buffer area. The buffer area extends 300 meters beyond the spray boundary. These things monitor the concentration and presence of droplets from the aircraft. I put this slide in to show the GPS track record of the flight pattern of a typical spray project. This was in Port Mann in 2019. The pink area is the actual spray when the spray booms were on, and the yellow track is actually the flight. So you can see the footprint of the aircraft is quite large compared to the actual spray block. And I don't know if you'll be able to hear this, but this is what the spray aircraft will look like and first thing in the morning. And so let that. So the product that we're spraying is called 4A48B. It's a biological insecticide. Its active ingredient is a bacterium called BTK, or Bacillus thuringiensis. This is a soil-borne organism that is found worldwide. It was found back in the early 1900s that it had insecticidal properties against caterpillars. There are two key things that make this product perfect for treating over an urban area. Is that the toxin that kills the caterpillar is only activated in alkaline environments, which are only found in the guts of caterpillars. And there's also a receptor that toxin links to that is only found in caterpillars. So it only works if they're in caterpillars and no other organisms. The formulation itself is made of the BTK inerts, which are generally proprietary, but also include the fermentation solids. But it does include proprietary ingredients that we are not privy to, but we generally know that these are added to stabilize, prevent the contamination, and encourage insect feeding, protect it from breaking down in UV light, and also to help it stick onto the leaves, which must happen for the caterpillar to feed on them. And all of these ingredients are basically considered food grade. They're found in commercial food. And also that all of these ingredients have been reviewed by the Organic Materials Research Institute, which organic farms use to determine if a product or material is suitable for use on a certified organic farm. And there's nothing in it that violates that requirement. So, so for citizens who wish to minimize their exposure to this product, we just encourage them to stay informed through the avenues that I've provided, and stay indoors during the treatment with doors and windows closed and vents closed. And also they can stay indoors for a minimum of half an hour up to an hour after the aircraft have passed overhead. And so you will be dealing with deposits on windshields and decks and whatnot. These are all harmless. They'll leave a fine coating similar to pollen. They can be removed by just simply watering with water and a bit of scrubbing. But if you just left them alone, they would erode naturally in about a week. So it's saying the invitation to the open houses, March 1st and 2nd, available on our website. There's our number and all of the other information about our website. So again, if there's any questions, I see there's a number of questions from the various councillors. I don't know who wants to moderate that.
I'll moderate. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Very informative. Yeah, recall back the 90s, the last spray program. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. Number one, the location of this particular patch is sort of odd when you consider all the trees in Langley. It's sort of an area right in the middle of the rural area. There's not a whole lot of industry around here. And I was wondering, do they have any idea how the moth would have gotten here in the first place? Like if it was appearing in the Gloucester Estates area, which is an industrial area, I could understand that. But down in this particular area on Fraser Highway, I'm wondering how it would have gotten there and if they've checked any of the businesses along there. That's my first question. My second question is, I understand that the bacteria is not harmful to humans, livestock, or pets. But what happens if a bird eats a caterpillar that has this? Will the bird be affected?
Okay, I'll ask Dave to answer the first question.
Sure, I'll take the first question. So basically, we know that this is AGM. It's molecular biotyping has given us that result. So this is only known, it's not known in North America. So the only place it actually could originate from is basically Japan, China, South Korea, or Russia. And so what are the pathways? Normally AGM is seen on ships. So when our vessels go to those foreign countries in the ports, the females lay eggs around the light standards on these ships, and the eggs are deposited on ships. When that ship comes to Vancouver, it sits out in the port. these eggs hatch, and the little caterpillars climb to the top of these ships, and they balloon off into the wind. And that's how they got on shore. In this case, obviously, there's no ships that are, I just get the word, implicated. It's cargo. So we do know, and we have had interceptions on used cars, used machinery, things like wooden crates, stuff like that. So you can think about in the port, in the foreign countries, there may be some light standards, and the moths fly to these light standards, and some of them drop to the cargo that's below these light standards. That gets loaded onto a ship, comes to Canada. It sits in one of our yards somewhere, and these caterpillars hatch. They go through their life cycle, and they end up in our traps, and that's how we found them. So in theory, the most likely thing is something like a used vehicle or other types of cargo. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll answer the second question regarding the birds. There is no means for birds to be affected by the PTK other than the loss in the amount of food in terms of how many caterpillars they would consume. In the 1999 spray, we did a 2-year bird study that looked at I guess the behavior of the birds, as well as the general biology of the birds, whether or not they changed their behavior and the clutch sizes, etc., and found no impact on birds that ate caterpillars. So there really is no impact. There shouldn't be any impact on birds or other animals.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Thank you for coming, and this is very interesting. Now, I'm very familiar with the pine beetle that sort of attacked our forests about 20 years ago. My husband and I are in the sawdust and shavings business, so I know how it impacted mills and forests and our forest industry. Does this have the same potential to do that if we don't sort of take care of this? And will you be spraying in the forests, even though people don't live there? But yeah, just one of my questions. I have another one.
Well, I can answer both of those questions. The lemon-tree moth doesn't. Well, the European version, the North American version, doesn't feed on conifers, so it wouldn't be a direct impact on our commercial timber industry. The Asian gypsy moth does, so it does have that potential, and so that's why it's important to keep it from establishing, so we don't find out what the real impact is. We know the native trees are potential hosts, so there is a potential threat there. And in terms of spraying other areas, we do have operational defoliator programs in the interior for other species, like western spruce budworm, Douglas fir tussock moth, and western hemlock looper. And those we're planning a budworm spray in the caribou area in the Douglas fir forest there to protect those trees this spring. So there will be other sprays, but in the commercial forest.
Is it impacted by? I know the pine beetle was impacted by the degree to which the cold weather, would kill it. So that's why, because we're having warmer, does this also have that same impacted by cold weather? Or?
Well, actually, the moths survive quite well in eastern Canada, so and they have much more severe winters than we do. It's more whether or not they can survive the summers or reproduce in the summers if there's enough degree days to complete their life cycle. And an analysis has shown that all of southern BC is just fine for these moths, and with climate change, it could improve the range.
So with 4 years, you mentioned 4 years that, they're usually only a problem for about 4 years. Could you expand on that? Does that mean that in about 4 years we won't have them, or they only have a life cycle of 4 years?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can expand on that one. Yeah, so these are cyclic type forest pests, similar to hemlock looper. we're seeing an outbreak in the last few years of hemlock and phantom hemlock loop around the coast, those white and brown moths. So essentially they live at a low level normally, and then eventually if they're able to escape their predation or parasitoid pressure, they can build up the populations very, very rapidly and head into these outbreak cycles. Normally what happens is as about a 3 or 4 year window, when they're really, really high populations, that's the parasitoids and the pathogens are able to spread in those populations fairly quickly and often take them out. And so that's what happens. You have these population crashes usually after about 3 to 4, but they don't ever go away. It's just some parts of the population find refugia and continue to go about their business. So they're here at a low level for most of the time. And then these 4 years, they become really, really high levels where you see all the damage occur.
Okay, one last question. What if it rains on the day that you spray? Do you still spray anyways, or do you repetition the neighbors and spray on a day when it's not raining?
The messaging that we have, and we've done this many, many times, where we've had to cancel at the last minute or a day before an announced spray date. We will keep the schedule. We'll move the schedule a day forward, simply to take the opportunity when the best weather window shows up. So once an area has been announced that it'll be treated, if it doesn't get sprayed the first day, we'll try the second day, and if that doesn't go, the third or fourth day until the block is completed. It makes messaging and scheduling very awkward, and again requires residents who need to know to be following our website and the toll-free line to make sure that they're current. So obviously, if it's going to rain, we won't treat. If it's too windy, we won't treat.
Okay, so if that does that get mentioned to the people that they can, if they have a question, to go to a website to find out all that information is given?
Yeah, we will be prior to the treatment. We'll be having another postcard release, as well as information bulletins to media, and again, our website will be updated, as well as our phone line. So everybody who needs to know has the opportunity to find out and stay current.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation today. It's very interesting. In the interest of advancing my own information, I went online, and there's quite a bit of things that you can already find out. So this is really supplemental in some ways. But and thank you very much for your approach to be detailed about, I would call it an integrated pest management strategy with biological controls, because I think a lot of people, that would be helpful for them to look at what you're doing in the context. But I would say I spent a number of years living in Ontario, and I call them gypsy moths because they're so pervasive there. And I do know I've seen pictures most recently from friends of ours, and their whole entire yard was completely devastated. All of their trees were completely denuded because of this pest. So I'm very supportive of this. I did have a question. I did also think of the climate implications, but so we talked about whether or not climatically they could do well here. We talked about the cold. So I'm wondering about the extreme heat, if that would do anything that would interrupt their cycle. And the next question is probably more problematic, but the potential for inoculation of individual trees as opposed to spraying in more urban areas. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Dave, do you want to handle the temperature question?
Yeah, well, we do know that like in the southern U.S., it's beyond its climatic suitability. So it's really thought that areas like Florida, it's not very suitable just because the daytime temperatures reach too high. So they do have a range that they like to live in. Can't remember the specific one. I know on the cold, minus 28 is a number that's put out there as sort of a, once it hits that temperature, if an egg is exposed to it, it will likely die. But I don't recall the exact higher limits, but 40 degrees and above, or those are types of lethal temperatures generally. So it could have an impact, but we do know that there's the forest and the environment is made up of lots and lots of microclimates. And so not all areas get exposed to similar temperatures. And you could have some escapes through some of that. So it could have an effect, but to what degree, it's really hard to predict.
Yeah, and closer to home, some of the states like Idaho and Montana and whatnot, they do trap, but they rarely, the positive finds rarely turn into anything because it's too dry and hot there in the summer. As far as inoculating trees, these insects are found almost randomly. So inoculating trees is a very expensive treatment. They do it for wood boring insects like the emerald ash borer in the east. But yeah, to be able to treat with an injectable insecticide every tree in the township would be astronomical. Plus, they also feed on shrubs and things like blackberry. So again, the operational limitations of treating would be astronomical.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Long?
Thank you. Yeah, I see that, that the name has been changed, but it was such a simple name to remember, Gypsy Moth, and we can't even pronounce this one. But anyway, I guess there's a big campaign to say formally the Gypsy Moth everywhere, right? So there's that about it. I notice in your map that is in the proximity of Otter Co-op, which is a very popular, most folks that live in that area will frequent there for their shopping, so maybe posters and so forth could be put there, would be handy, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing was on your website, there seems to be a broken link. There's a link to Health BC, because I think a lot of people will want to know, hey, how dangerous is a spray or what can happen? So, and you've explained it quite well, but there's a link on your website and it goes to a broken page. So you need to get that
Okay,
fixed.
thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your presentation. Thanks.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you very much for presenting and giving us this information, and certainly we'll look into that request to add the link to our website. Mr. Backen, do we need, what is that, can staff take direction? Yeah, so staff will look into that and we'll put a link, so I'm sure they'll be in touch with you.
Great, thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. All right, the next presentation is Health Contact Center update, and this is Sharif Amara, Fraser Health Authority, and Dr. Malik Baxi, Fraser Health Authority, and Terry Brock, Lookout Housing and Health Society. So I'll turn it over. I see you're all in here, in person, 3D. It's great to see you.
Hi, thank you. Jen Conway-Brown will be starting the presentation for us.
Thank you.
So,
And the mic is very receptive, so you don't have to lean into it. It'll pick you up.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I've been doing virtual for so long.
Oh, I know.
This is all new to me right now.
I know. It's all new to be in three-dimensional and see depth.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing our presentation today. I might take the coat off so I don't feel so formal here. My name is Jennifer Conway-Brown. I'm the Harm Reduction Coordinator for Fraser South at Fraser Health. I'll be co-presenting alongside my colleagues today, Terry Brock from Lookout Housing and Health Society, as well as Dr. Malik Bakshi from Medical Health Officer at Fraser Health. So the purpose of our presentation today will be updating on development since the last time we presented about a year ago, an update on the data around the overdose crisis, introduction to Lookout as a provider, the vision for the Health Contact Center, and the implementation challenges and opportunities. Since we last spoke, as you know, we had the most fatal year on record in 2021. We lost 2,224 individuals across our province. I also just want to take some opportunity and some time to acknowledge the loss in the room today of your nephew, so our sincerest condolences. Since we last spoke, we were in the midst of our RFP process. We've awarded our RFP to Lookout. Terry will speak to that further, as well as the challenges and opportunities that are presented to you. So, thank you. I'll pass it on to Dr. Bakshi next.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Grace, and the Council for the opportunity to be here. My name is Malik Bakshi. I'm one of the medical health officers in Fraser Health, medical director in overdose response and vulnerable population. I'm a Royal College specialist in public health and preventive medicine, and also certified in public health and general preventive medicine from the American Board of Preventive Medicine. I'm here to present some of the numbers with the reminder that these numbers represent real lives. So we are talking about sometimes what we call the other public health emergency, right? Apart from COVID. The numbers speak for themselves. We are really talking about the lives lost, but these numbers also talk about the tip of the iceberg. They are representing the overdoses that happened in the community, the overdoses that were responded by families and friends, sometimes successfully, sometimes not so much. They also talk about the workload on emergency, fire, police, and all the social services. They're part of our community. We are the people, and these are us. So, these graphs show the increase that you can see that have consistently happened since fentanyl was introduced in the toxic mix of the drug supply. You can see the more pronounced effect after the COVID pandemic, of course. On the next slide, we can talk about the EHS numbers. Oh, I will move from here. Thank you. And these are the paramedic attended overdose events. These are the overdoses that happen in City of Langley and Township of Langley in particular. These are BC EHS data, and they show another consistent trend. These trends, I'm not saying Township or City are alone. These are public reports from Fraser Health, and all cities and all councils and all the jurisdictions have had similar increases. So when we see one death or one overdose, that's a medical problem. When we see hundreds of them, that's a social problem. And so what we are asking for is a societal response in terms of how we can come together and support our community. So with that, I pass on for the Health Contact Center information.
Hello, Your Worship and Council. Thank you so much for having us here today to present to you. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Terry Brock. I'm the Director of Health Services for Lookout Housing and Health Society. We're an organization that has over 50 years of providing service to low to no barrier service to people throughout the Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island, but also since 2011, we've been here in Langley as a presence providing harm reduction supplies, harm reduction services, housing outreach, and most recently, we have been the service provider at Canada's Best Value Inn in the township, and also we've been the provider providing extreme weather response to the township and the city as well. So we also do have experience in several OPS other services, both in Surrey and in a mobile unit in Abbotsford as well that we operate as well. So we have experience in this as well. So this is a slide that you were provided at the first presentation with Fraser Health before we were the. Is there a way to move the block there where the presentation, where the speakers is, just to move that over a bit? Thank you. So this is a picture of how the vision of the Health Contact Center was to be envisioned, and where we're looking at is having a fixed site service where we have bricks and mortar, where we can have services like primary care, mental health and substance use, public health, home health and community care, cultural supports, as a way for people to get the services they need when they are in fact using drugs and being supervised doing so. The addition to this is the Lookout Housing and Health Solutions section of it as well, is that what we can really bring to this as well, what we have promised to bring to this service, if we're able to find a site that is a fixed site where we can not only witness consumption, reducing deaths and local healthcare costs, we can provide counseling and psychiatric services through one of our umbrella agencies, the Mood Disorders Association of BC. We can connect people to housing and outreach resources. We have, in fact, in our other work, have connected people to addiction treatment and other addiction resources like IOT or TIOT treatment. We will continue and increase the collection and provision of harm reduction supplies. And again, the real vision of this is to have a space where people can come and have their use supervised, but also having those other services as drop down and being able to service that area as well. So we can connect with people where they're at. When they're in their use, we can build those relationships to then connect with them and find ways to assist them so there is no harm, reduce the deaths and the healthcare costs. So some of the challenges that we have faced right now since we were awarded the RFP in April is that we have personally looked at 26 specific sites, both in the township and in the city. I've probably called over 20 to 30 properties with 7 different realtors to try and find places for us to have a fixed site to provide the service. What has become evident is that there's low availability of commercial retail properties, especially it has been indicated that there's reticence by owners to lease for the purpose for the service of the health contact center. Other things that have been identified is that there's stigma around drug use, about the people who will be utilizing the service. And again, in places where we have had some ability to, even get into preliminary conversations about leasing, zoning typically has been a problem in regards to that there's zoning currently in both the city and, again, I'm not sure necessarily with the township, doesn't currently support this type of use. So we come today to council to ask assistance in locating appropriate community-friendly space for the service. We really do prefer to have the service as bricks and mortar service that has a space of anywhere from 800 square feet and above, where we would be able to have access to outdoor areas for safer smoking as well. Again, we think this can provide the best service for people, have those drop-down services where people can be engaged if we're able to have that bricks and mortar area. Also, what we would be looking for is support for zoning requests and temporary use permits. We recognize that the zoning has been problematic in regards to it's kind of an oddly categorized service where it's hard to fit into bylaws and zoning. So we would be looking for support for zoning requests or temporary use permits. And also, we really seek the council's input regarding public education and community engagement. We're open to meeting with people. I've certainly been active in meeting officials from the township and the city and EMS professionals as well. And so we would be very willing to have staff of the township or representatives of the township be part of any kind of community advisory council that we would want to include and have involved in the service. We wanted to make it very brief so we could have the opportunity for conversations, and hopefully wanted to open it up for questions that ourselves and our team here can assist with.
Thank you very much. Back on. Thank you very much. It looks like there'll be some.
Should I just stay here?
Yeah, may as well just stay up there,
folks up.
and I'm sure your team will jump to the appropriate question as required. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's an interesting issue. Zoning, yeah, obviously, that. Yeah, you've outlined it in our specific zoning. We don't contemplate that, but however, that doesn't stop you from asking for a special zoning for anything like that. So we'll work with you on that. Just wanted to ask you, I know a lot of the overdose deaths occur in a private home without anybody around, is my understanding. And it seems to be, whereas the work that's been done publicly in assisting people who are injecting publicly and or don't have the spaces like homeless and those some of these sites really have helped that and brought, I think, the death toll would be a lot higher without the work that's been done. Do you in other areas, do you find that that there's, it's hard to put this in a question, but because people who are injecting at home in private may not access this, do you find that they will access this more, or do you find that they'll still not access this? And that's a whole nother field of work to reach people like that and how we can assist.
Well,
it's a tough question, I know. It's
no, it's a fair question in the sense that, we know that that's a phenomenon that occurs. And so what I would probably advocate for is, sometimes there's a tendency to ghettoize some of these services in a place where, everything is in a spot where, folks congregate. And I think by having a bricks and mortar type of establishment in an area where it is accessible can offer better opportunities as opposed to, we operate the health contact center van in Abbotsford, but it's in a very marginalized area. The likelihood of getting people to come to those services at that place is probably slimmer. But if we're able to find a place where we can blend into the community, and I'm actually really confident that we could work this into blending in the community as well with, when we increase our staffing and our harm reduction staff that we already have in place to help support and clean up and to engage with people, I think that that's something that could be done well. So it is somewhat of a separate issue in the sense that it's harder to reach those folks in the home, but if we have a place where it is accessible, where we can still provide the services, but, and so people feel comfortable. If we offer some of those primary care services as well, then people don't have to come just for that, right? They can come for the counseling, they can come for the navigation of the system. So there's other reasons for people to come other than just that. So it doesn't necessarily take care of all of that. Did one of you guys want to add anything to it? Dr. Baxter?
Thank you very much. So that's a great question. And I agree. A part of the population will use alone and has been using alone and have been suffering consequences as a result of that. Overdoses and deaths have happened in private residences. So there will be some residual population group that will use alone. We understand that. At the same time, we also know that individuals who use more frequently have more odds of getting overdoses. A significant proportion of people who are street entrenched also have concurrent mental health and substance use challenges. So this service will address a big part of that. We also know that according to a recently published paper from BCCDC by Dr. Jane Buxton and team, very well-established researcher with years of expertise under her belt, that significant proportion of people use injection drug use as well as inhalation, so different routes of using the substances. And so when we have a location that addresses multiple different types and different routes of using substances, that adds the layer of safety around the overdoses. And so we do know from our past experiences that whenever there has been a health contact center, OPSI, supervised consumption sites, the overdoses have gone down to zero at that site.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Okay, Councilor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much, all of you, for coming today and to give us a follow-up and some feedback on the situation that you found on the ground, I'll say, to date. Further to the model that's being used, I did look online and see the City of New Westminster has a program in place, and that they also didn't have anything that was permitted by bylaw or zoning, and so they've gone the route of the temporary use permit. So I'm thinking, without trying to structure anything in a particular way, that might be an avenue to consider. We have a lot of transitional areas in the township of Langley where there could actually be a functional building that might be on site. And if you had 3 to 5 years, it may not be something that would be your top preference to have something that would last that long, but it's also, I think, advantageous in the sense of having a pilot project in an area where you want to explore things like, does the community accept this? What kind of challenges do we have? How could the committee organize itself around, feedback and working towards the best possible outcome? My only other reference is that I belong to the FERL, and our administrative center is in Abbotsford. And so recently the Archway Services has taken over what was formerly the tourism building there on Delaire. And so what's happening there now is that they have some services in a building, and they also come and they have a tent set up there. So regularly you do see people that are approaching. So I think that what this could do is to expand the opportunities and maybe take down a potential obstacle for what kind, because I understand it would be very frustrating to go into sort of leasehold conversations and find out that nobody's willing, to do that. But I think this other avenue might be more fruitful if you start looking into that as an opportunity. So those are just my comments.
Well, certainly we would certainly welcome the opportunity to explore those. Part of it, the reason coming here is to know what those might be, and so having some idea as to what properties are available, we'd be more than willing to explore those. Did you guys want to comment? comment? Any? Yes, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming today. It's difficult times when something like this happened, as Mr. Fizzle, and he's just left now, but it indicated a relative of his, and we see it all too often, unfortunately, in the news and otherwise. And it seems to me that planning for the future is important, and I can't speak totally for the Langley City, but they have a SkyTrain coming to Langley City. They're going to have a landing at the very last site will be at the city, and ours just touches a bit on the Willowbrook and then goes right to the city, so it doesn't just comes down Surrey, a small bit of Willowbrook, and then so it seemed to me in the planning for the future is getting something in place there where we can support that as well. So I was wondering, have you had a chance you have a site in the city already now currently, correct?
We have an office where we have our harm reduction services.
It's
Yes,
right
we
by
have.
the Vineyard Church there,
Yes,
right? And I've been there for a tour as well.
Oh, good.
So it's very good. So have you talked to the city of Langley about the SkyTrain coming in a proposed location somewhere in that area?
I've talked with several folks from the city regards to that. We were looking at potentially utilizing our existing office and doing something else. We've been fairly creative in trying to find spaces. Again, zoning and issues got in the way of some of that, and we'd also had a partnership with the Vineyard as well. So we've been looking at some of those creative solutions around there, and we've had conversations with the city staff about some of those plans as well. So we've really been trying to cover the whole footprint, and along with restructuring, even looking at our services, could we move or include something there? But those were not successful.
Now, certainly these are difficult times, and I know that, my next thing is this all ages, or do you have a youth component as well, if I may?
We would welcome all ages at the point, but of course, we want to make sure that we are in contact with, places like the Foundry and the like. We would want to make sure that we have relationships with those organizations. But at this point, we want to make sure that we offer a safe place for people to use where they don't die, right? And so, if someone is younger, we're aware of the ramifications of providing services, but we want to make sure that we provide a safe place for that, and we're willing and able to respond to that and try and get them associated with, if they're not our services, with other services within the community. And we do have support from our community partners on this. Stepping Stones has written a letter of support for us doing this, and certainly we've been in contact with many agencies within the Langleys here to cooperate with. So
I'm just pulling stuff out of there, and I'm not an expert in there. When I think of we have this youth hub down the street here at Lauren Road, would that fit into any, and I'm just talking now youth now because they're youth hub, would that be helpful for some of the things you're trying to do with your education, promotion for the future, what else, harm reduction and all the other things that go along with it?
Of course, it would make sense that we would be partnering with them to provide those kinds of services as well, for aimed and for youth as well. It would, since, we're kind of waiting if we can find a spot, but certainly our intent was to liaise with the Foundry and to make connections with them as well to, if we need to do something in a development sense or upstream to provide that education, we'd be willing to do that. It's part of our plan to do that as well.
The only reason I mentioned I'm saying something for them to be helping you with, they have a facility for temporarily helping you with youth issues. Or anyway, we're working together for this, but thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Well, thanks for coming today, presenting to us. I'm wondering if you could just lay out again the criteria that you're looking for in terms of a site. What are the sort of the essential or most important elements for you?
Well, the essential elements is something, we would preferably like a building with over 800 square feet. It could be more or less one way or the other, but it would be ideal. The strata properties where you're next to other strata properties in industrial areas, probably it'll work if it has to, but ideally if there's something freestanding, if I can do a wish list, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
Something that's freestanding that could be wheelchair accessible, that would have ability for us to provide a structure outside of there for the smoking services as well, and that way we could supervise it. And again, some of the structures we're looking at, we want to go beyond just having tents set up. We want to make sure that we would, if we were looking at smoking areas, it would try to blend into a community where it wouldn't look like just a tent or something like that. We've certainly been in contact with our partners here in Fraser Health to have parklet and or gazebo type structures to make sure that that it's something that is not unsightly. We want to make sure that if we have that space, freestanding space is best because then we can develop things to manage carts and pets and things like that that might happen, that it's not an eyesore for people to see.
Right, and so these are, I mean, you would typically have this in a commercial or industrial sort of area, or?
Well, I'm not particularly picky
Okay.
in regards to where it would happen. So right now what we have for our, I know in New Westminster, I can't really speak too much about New Westminster. It's in a fairly busy area, but it's hidden away from the SkyTrain station, so it's very central in there. Where we're operating our health contact center out of a van is at the Alonzo Park and Ride, which is, again, as you mentioned, Archways is very close to that, and we're working with those folks, but it's in a very marginalized area in a van with tents around it and stuff. So it's, at this point, we looked at freestanding buildings, but we also looked at strata properties and the like, just find those places where we have the outdoor space. So I think we're finding the demand, or where people who are smoking or choosing to smoke their substances, that's higher demand, and we really want to be able to accommodate that as well. So that would be, so I'm willing to look and consider any options right now in regards to whether there's land that hasn't been used or other opportunities that you might be aware of that could be helpful.
Right, okay, and what about public transit? Is that something that access to public transit is an important piece?
Absolutely. Sorry, it was something I neglected to mention.
Okay.
Accessibility of public transit would really be an asset, so people would have ability to move, people would be able to have ability to gain access. But also, we know that there's significant people who have mobility issues as well that we'd like to be able to accommodate as best we can. So something up on a second story is kind of hard, I would think. Something ground level would make sense in an ideal world, for sure.
Right, okay, and just last question, what has where are you at in terms of discussions maybe here in the township? Have you been working with township staff? What kind of things have you been doing, or where do you feel you're at in terms of the township, specifically Township of Langley?
Well, we've had really good support from the township employees who are involved with the regular homelessness and addiction type services. They've been very open and forthright with us. They've been a very good partner. Where we have been struggling really is what connections do we have to find the actual physical space, right? And so we've definitely had good support from city staff, good support from the agencies around, but we really do. The biggest problem is, where do we find those places? And so, the real estate conundrum that I've been going through and talking to multiple realtors and multiple listings has been fruitless in many respects, trying to find a spot.
Right.
So, did I miss anything you guys wanted to speak to? No? Okay.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Richter?
Yes, I think Councillor Ferguson tried to touch on it, and Councillor Whitmarsh as well. On your wish list, do you wish this to be located in the city or the township?
Well, I think the wish list is, and the priority is a central place where we do have the access to transit and the like. So it could be in the city, it could be in the township. We've been certainly looking at both areas, but something that has that accessibility through transit would really make a ton of sense. So it could be an either or proposition on that. But
so when you say access to transit, are you referring to like the SkyTrain stations that are coming in, or the current bus depots and loops?
it would be probably under the current structure and current bus loops and structures for that, because we'd want to get this started right away. I understand that the SkyTrain is not a reality for several years now, so we'd certainly want something on the current transit lines.
So it's sounding from what you're saying that you're probably looking more in Langley City than you would be in the township, because we're spread out so much.
Which is true, but I think there are still pockets here that where there are pockets where the overdoses are happening, and I think if there's something on a line that does extend into the township, we have been looking at the city quite extensively, but we also have been doing it as looking as well here in the township. So, you know, having some kind of bus transport would make a lot of sense for that, to allow people to get access to the service and along the existing lines.
Okay, and my last question is, have you done this presentation to Langley City?
Langley City has had a presentation from Fraser Health. I'm not exactly sure of the date, it was before our time, but certainly we've had contact with the city council after that, but not in this kind of forum where we've been able to talk to them directly since that. But we've certainly been in conversations with the city in regards to other initiatives around this health contact center.
So are you planning to do a presentation like this to them?
I'm hoping so. And, you know, we've certainly put out requests, and so we'll continue to ask them for that audience as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. That's all the questions. So thank you very much for your update. Much appreciated. Certainly.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time.
Challenging project that you have ongoing. Thank you. All right, the next presentation is from staff. It's regarding the completion of 200th Street at 76th Avenue within 2022. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Seffi to introduce it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just bringing this slide up on the screen. So, Your Worship, the presentation is in response to Council's direction at the last meeting on February 7th, as reflected on the agenda under item D3, relating to the intersection of 200th Street at 72nd Avenue. More specifically, the motion that was referred to staff had two parts to it, Your Worship. Firstly, to direct staff to prioritize completion of a signalized intersection as soon as possible, with the goal of achieving the completion prior to September 2022. And secondly, that the signalization of the intersection be pre-approved as part of the 2022 budget process, with funding from DCCs and the municipal assist factor as needed. So this is intended to provide a bit of a context in terms of the current situation, what it looks like. Taking a slide from our geosource mapping, the aerial mapping that we have, Your Worship. Council is obviously familiar with the area, but just, I guess, for the public, just to make sure that there is a common understanding what the situation is like. On the northeast side, we have obviously the event center. To the north, we have the two schools, the Peter Hewitt Middle School and the RE Mountain Secondary School. And then immediately on the north east corner, we have the Mountain View Alliance Church. The north and southbound bus stops on the east and west sides of 200th Street, respectively, are also shown with a red line, and the intersection itself. The west leg of 76th Avenue doesn't currently connect to 200th Street. There is a walkway, a pedestrian walkway, but the road itself, which is a half road, cul-de-sacs off just west of 200th Street. And we have recently extended, as council is aware, 76th Avenue, which prior to this couple of years ago didn't connect all the way through to 202A Street, and it was actually more or less a private access. It wasn't a private access, but it acted as if it was a private access to the church. So that now completes the east leg that connects to 202A Street on the east side of 200th Street. A few photographs. This one is looking southbound on 200th Street, just south of 76th Avenue. And the two red lines on on the far right, or in the middle of the screen actually, show the bus stop, which is approximately 40 meters south of 76th Avenue on the west side. And similarly, on the northbound section, on the east side of 200th Street, the bus stop exists there. That is approximately 60 meters north of 76th Avenue. And just completing the loop, if you will, in terms of a picture, this shows 76th Avenue on the east side of 200th Street with the Mountain View Alliance Church on the corner, the northeast corner of the intersection. This is a picture from our master transportation plan that was adopted by council in 2009, which shows the ultimate road network in the area. This is the picture for Willoughby, and the segment, if you will, on the left side of the screen is an enlargement of the intersection of 200th at 76th Avenue, which, as you can see, shows it as ultimately being signalized. 76th Avenue identified as a major collector, and 200th Street identified as a major arterial. In addition, we have the accompanying and supportive DCC program that was last adopted a few years back that also shows the signalization as a DCC item. It's item 18R180. In terms of development applications that are currently in the process at various stages of the development review and approval process, the most advanced is the one on the northwest corner. It's application 8-22-73. In fact, that has achieved third reading and is in the process of completing the servicing agreement requirements, which include the widening of both 200th Street and 76th Avenue adjacent or fronting the development. This is now, just for clarity, on the northwest intersection, northwest corner of this intersection. So the two red lines that you see, I'm pointing to them now, 76th Avenue, the west leg, is intended to be completed all the way to connect to 200th Street, as well as the fronting of 200th Street, the widening of 200th Street, fronting the development site. As part of that application, there's also a requirement for the applicant to complete the signalization at that intersection. What we're referring to it as is interim, but that's because the full width of 200th Street has not yet been acquired on the east side. There are other applications or inquiries as part of the process on the east side. We have a development inquiry, not an application yet. The church is looking at a partnership to advance their interests in terms of the development opportunities and revenues on their site, as well as a more comprehensive development application that's been in the process for a while now on the southeast corner, and is making more advances on a monthly basis in terms of the actual application and its progress. So in terms of what I refer to as development coordinated works for the application on the northwest corner of the intersection, which are anticipated to be completed by the spring or summer of this year, they include, I referenced them earlier, Your Worship, full traffic signal, including pedestrian crossings at 200th Street and 76th Avenue. It will include advanced warning flashers on 200th Street to advise motorists of the signalized intersection, as well as reduced speed signage, which is consistent with the rest of the corridor, and road widening fronting development, including installation of northbound and southbound left turn lanes that will be opposing each other, if you will, for the north to west, as well as south to east movements. The reference that was made earlier with respect to the interim condition is only the location of the poles. So as you can see on this slide, the complete road dedication on the on the east side is not yet completed, and as such, there's a need for future adjustment of some of the the poles that relate to the signalization, but the actual signalization, the arms of the posts will be situated such that it's actually operating and functioning as if it's in the ultimate location. The interim versus ultimate scenarios will not be visible by the public nor have an impact on the public. This is the ultimate intersection, Your Worship, showing the full dedication on all sides. As you can see, we have 6 lanes ultimately on, well, 6/7 on 200 Street. When you approach an intersection, you will add the additional left turn movement with 3 through lanes on each side, as well as the full pedestrians and cycling movements. So this is the ultimate intersection with the ultimate alignment. It will include raised, landscaped or hard surface medians on 200 Street, as well as I said, the turning movements and the left turn lanes. This is anticipated, at least front-end development, to be completed in the next 5 years, as I said, based on the current applications that we have in the process, as well as the discussions we're having with other key property owners in the area. And I'll end the presentation, Your Worship, with this slide, which is showing the interim versus ultimate intersection improvements side by side. The left side is the interim, the right side is the ultimate, showing the full widening of 200 Street, which does, beyond the property acquisition, does have environmental, not complications, but implications in terms of the need for the elimination or removal of the existing ditches, roadside ditches along 200 Street, which have to be adequately addressed as part of a process going forward for widening of 200 Street. That concludes the presentation, Your Worship. If there's any questions, we're glad to try and answer.
Great, thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yes, Mr. Safi, could you go back to the slide before this, please? Okay, the situation that has created the need to get this crosswalk in ASAP was the accident that occurred on 200 Street where a pedestrian who was jaywalking, as I understand it, got clipped by a car. And that person, I believe, was trying to get to school or get back from school. Now, in the interim, why would we put the crosswalk on the north side? Why wouldn't we put the crosswalk on the south side? Because by putting it on the north side, we're inviting continued jaywalking, I think, in order to get down to the bus stop down below.
Your Worship, a couple of comments. Thank you for the question. First comment is that this is conceptual, and I think it follows the desire line, if you will. There is no south half of 76th Avenue on the east side of 200 Street, and as such, it is anticipated that, as well as the fact that the educational institutions, the 2 schools, are on the north side of 76th Avenue. So the desire line, if you will be on the north side for pedestrians, whether they are students or otherwise, to follow that path, follow 76th Avenue along the north edge, if you will, of 76th Avenue.
Okay, but people tend to go through the path of least resistance, and you're just making them walk further.
I believe I beg to differ, Councillor Richter. I think we're trying to accommodate what we believe the desire to be, as opposed to trying to push people to go somewhere that they don't want to be. That's what I mean by the desire line. I think people will automatically want to go along the northern part of 76th Avenue, come to 200 Street, and then cross again. But that we can take a look at that, yeah.
Yeah, that's the question that I'm asking. Can we put the crosswalk on the south side of this intersection? If we're only going to put one crosswalk in now, can it be on the south side instead of the north side? And I see the picture of the interim versus the ultimate. 76th Avenue on both these maps, the west side of 76 looks the same. Now, the east side of 76, you said that there is an application in process right now. How far is it away from getting to council for, has it been here for first and second? When will it get to council for resolution?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just with your permission, I'm just going to quickly take a look at this. This is the slide. As you can see here on the south side of 76th Avenue, on the east side of 200th Street, there's really no opportunity for safe movement of pedestrians. I think the automatic or the default pathway would be on the north side. As far as the second part of the question, on the east side of 200th Street, the application did proceed to council, I'm guessing about a couple of years ago, but then because of the issues around stormwater management and other related matters, it didn't advance to third reading or public hearing for that matter, and it was referred back to staff to work with the applicant. So that's where we're at right now. The current projection is that it will get advanced to council before the summer months, I'm guessing.
Okay, so is there a possibility then that the south side of 76th Avenue could be done at the same time as the signalization?
I don't believe it could be done at the same time as the signalization because, Your Worship, it does still, even if it does get to council before the summer months, it does have to go through a process of readings and public hearing. And I think it would be, at best, about a year behind the application on the west side. And the west side applicant is the one that's currently in the process of being required to complete the signalization.
Okay, thank you.
You, Councillor Long.
Well, thank you for this, and it's a great thing that we referred it to this meeting for a presentation because the motion that we deferred was for us to do something instead of what's already being planned. So if we do nothing and go back to what staff are already working on, then this intersection will be improved by the developer without cost to the taxpayer per se, and it will be done in time for the fall. So is that correct? And maybe to staff, Your Worship, what is the status now of the motion that was referred to this presentation? Because we don't want to upset what work has already been done. So I'm not sure why even the motion was made, but I'm glad it came to this.
Yeah, just ask the question. I think the question is the motion that preceded this presentation indicated that maybe it would be sped up and completed by this end of or before September. So the interim that staff are showing, I just want to get some context on timelines and how that would happen. I think that's the question.
It showed that it would be done in summer on the slide.
Yeah, so I'm just getting that clarification. That's what you asked. So, Mr. Sefi?
Your Worship, I'm not sure if the question was intended for staff. I don't know. All I can advise council is that the application, the development application on the northwest corner of the intersection is currently required and in the process of completing the design work and providing securities, which are typically part of the servicing agreement requirement prior to applications being granted final reading by council. In the process of completing all those works, we currently anticipate, as you can see on this slide, the works to be done before the summer of this year.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that was the question.
I was a little concerned where it said reduced speed signage. So, and it says consistent with the corridor, but the speed limit in this section is not 60 kilometers an hour, is it? Or it is? So that might be a concern to make sure that, well, as it says here, that you get warning signs and flashes and so forth, because people do tend to, once they clear that area, kind of boot it a little bit. And of course, it's also downhill a little bit. But anyway, Your Worship, I'm delighted that staff are bringing this forward, showing us what was already planned, and that it really means that council shouldn't play mucky-muck with it and just let it get done. Thank you.
All right, thanks. This is the opportunity for questions of staff on this. Councillor Davis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make it all, but this will have to do for. So I apologize for coming in late. But what concerns me, and most of my concerns, like when we talked about it before, the completion of August, I was concerned about that. But on my little screen, I couldn't see, it said anticipated spring and summer of 20, and then it's 22, this spring and summer, right? Is that the first question? Yeah.
Yes,
I take it from the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, so that puts me into some of my concerns now about, well, they're not really concerns, about this, the way that we're doing this intersection. I think this actually may be the answer. I'm just, if we can complete this interim versus the ultimate, the interim, I think this is a win-win. It gives a safe way to cross. And I know that we mentioned you got to focus, I got to pay attention, but we go north, south, east side, and all that sort of stuff. But if there's no development on the southeast side, or is going to be, if we could complete one sidewalk, because I don't know of anybody, unless maybe kids, well, no, maybe shouldn't comment that way, but who is going to cross 200s there unless there's a crosswalk? It is impossible. And the motion says 76. So let's put it there instead of making everyone walk way down and then cross, because kids won't do that. They'll just risk their life and run across if they live over there. Okay, this gives a safe way to cross. The interim, I like the fact the interim, because we can then maybe get it done by the late August or September, October, and the pre-approved. I like the idea of the pre-approved. Like, I think this solves a lot of problems. And we just because we can't build the west side of 76, but I guess the one question I have is, we're not spending any more money than we like when the other crosswalk comes, we'll be able, that they'll pay for that. And when 76 gets put through, we can pay for that when we need to have it put through. The only downside I see this is the people coming from Brookswood are going to say, oh, because to get from Brookswood to Highway 1, it's the same distance to get from Highway 1 to Burnaby. Don't quote me on that, but it's another stop sign. No problems, because it's for the safety of crossing that street. And that's a real humdinger to get across that street. And I like this, I think, looks good for the completion for this motion. And I like it. Anyhow, thank you very much. My comments.
Thanks. Okay, we'll keep this to questions on the report. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of questions then to staff. Being that it indicated in here that this interim measure would be completed in 2022, does that mean that it is already in the budget, that it was already part of the plan and we're just moving ahead with the plan and the budget included?
Your Worship, did you want staff to respond?
Yes, please. Oh, sorry.
So it's the way that development coordinated work, Your Worship, is not as part of the capital budget process. So we have, generally speaking, two ways of securing or procuring, if you will, infrastructure assets. One is through the budget process, when either by request of staff or by direction from council, a project is added that has to be funded and then ultimately implemented. The other way, which is how this is currently planned to work, is as part of a development application. When an application comes forward, staff typically, as council recalls, staff typically have a list of recommendations that are suggested to be included as part of conditions for the application to be able to obtain final reading. Then council adds or removes, I think doesn't quite happen that frequently to remove conditions, but typically does add other conditions before an application can proceed, and then endorses it at third reading, then the applicant gets busy with resolving those matters, those conditions, before it can come forward. If a condition includes the installation of items or projects that have been identified in the DCC program, then by law, by provincial legislation, we are required to apply DCC credits because the DCC program has already been established to account for that item. I referenced earlier as part of one of the slides, I believe it was this one, that the signal here at the intersection is already part of our DCC program at a cost of approximately $400,000 from DCCs with 1% assist factor from general revenue. Now, the application on the northwest corner of the intersection is required to complete that, and they will be eligible for DCC rebates. So to the extent that their contributions are not, I guess, more than, or sorry, the contributions toward DCCs is not less than $400,000, they will be entitled to obtain full credit for the cost of the signalization.
Okay, so that's helpful. So in order to complete this in 2022, we don't need to have it as a capital budget item because it's being paid through development cost charges as part of the development application. Is that a correct way of saying it?
That's correct.
Okay, well, that's helpful to know. My second question is around accommodating in this interim plan, and maybe even then some information about the long-term plan, but cycling and walking. What sort of accommodations are happening in the interim as well as the ultimate plan when it comes to cycling and walking with these intersections?
Well, walking certainly is part of the standard design to provide for pedestrian infrastructure, sidewalks, and multi-use pathways and greenways. The challenge arises when we have certain pieces or certain sections that are not currently undergoing the development process, such as what I referenced earlier, even though there's been discussions, quite extensive and detailed discussions, and not all four corners are currently undergoing development as I guess, as advanced as the one particular application on the northwest corner. So with that, then there may be some, I guess, missing links, if you will, to both the pedestrian movement corridor as well as the cycling. In this particular area, there is an existing walkway. It has not been completed to the ultimate standard, but it does exist on the north side of 76th Avenue, on the east side of 200 Street. So extending it from 202A Street, which is where the schools are, all the way to 200 Street on the north side. At some point in the future, when we have the dedication on the south side, that will then be widened with additional pedestrian and cycling facilities on that side as well.
Okay, so the north side of 76th Avenue on the west side of 200th, as part of the development application, there will be sidewalks put in there as well.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Sefi and management for bringing this forward and outlining to us the interim solution, which wasn't on the table at the last SD35 liaison committee meeting. So obviously the notice of motion helped move this along. And I think council should be happy about that. This is a council initiative, and I think it's great to set some priorities on building these interim infrastructure components. But I just wanted to confirm, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Sevi, around how long and what would prevent it from getting completed in the summer, if anything.
Mr.
Sefi? What would prevent it from getting completed? Your Worship, I guess the developer, the applicant, electing not to proceed. Again, just to restate what I said earlier, is that it's currently forming part of the requirements, and there's been progress, I think, with the exception of some cases where applications have included more than one applicant. What I mean by that is when we have joint partnerships or joint ventures where there may be disputes. We don't typically see applications not proceeding when they have advanced this far. And in this particular case, it's a sole applicant. They don't have any partners that staff is aware of. So I hope I'm answering Councillor Woodmore's question adequately, but reasonably, because I cannot say guaranteed for 100% because staff can't control the motivators or motivations of applicants, but there's no indications that they will not proceed either.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. So I think that gives some of the complexities involved here and why it's important to get onto some of these initiatives maybe some years earlier than where we are now, which I think some of us are looking forward to proposing in the future. The one thing I just want to ask, if it's possible, Mr. Mayor, to get staff and Mr. Sefi to provide our management to provide an update on the status of this interim solution at the next SD35 liaison meeting currently scheduled for May. So if they can just nod, I can't see them, of course, but if they could add that to that agenda for that committee to get a meeting. And I really think we need to ban the words mucky muck from the council dialogue. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Backen has indicated that they will add that to the agenda. So I got to get something clear. Thanks, Mr. Sefi. It's clear as muck. No, I don't want to use it. No, that's okay. I'm just want to get it clear in my head. What I'm getting is that the developer basically will do these works as they're moving through, and we don't anticipate, as you said, that there'll be any issues. However, we don't know that if the township was to proceed and do this, can the money be recovered from the developer and the DCC? So we just jump on it right now, get it done, and the money comes back? Or are we waiting for the developer to do it? And we anticipate the developer will do it fairly soon based on how far along this application is. I'm just a little muddy on that. If it requires us to say, okay, let's get this thing done and let's get the money back from the developer when they're ready. Anything can happen, we know, but if this development doesn't go through, then we're waiting again. That seems to be what I'm understanding on this. Mr. Sefi, if you could clarify.
Okay, I'll try, Your Worship. There's no indication that the developer will not proceed. If council wishes to have the 100% comfort that the signalization will be completed, council can direct staff that should the developer not proceed, elect not to proceed, that staff do so as soon as possible, as soon as practical, with or without notification to council, however council wishes to have that direction. But that would be, I guess, a plan B, if you will. Plan A to continue as we are or as we have been, with the developer proceeding with the signalization or the works that include signalization. And should the developer fail to proceed as currently contemplated, then staff to be required to bring back to council for further discussion.
Okay, and would the township be able to recover the funds from a future, if this developer, for some unknown reason, decides not to go ahead and we have to go to Plan B, we put the intersection or improve the intersection, can we recover those funds from the next proponent, or is that all through DCCs as a general fund?
That's correct, Your Worship. It's through DCCs, so it's ultimately going to be funded from DCCs. It's a question of, I guess, timing, whether it has to be done with the DCC accounts that we have under our control, or contributions from a developer, and then as such we can use those DCCs on other projects. But ultimately it will be funded from the same source.
Okay, that's great, thanks. So perhaps when it comes down to motion, maybe something like that could be put in, because I prefer seeing the developer do it, but also see the significance of this, and that's important to the students attending those two major schools, only a block or two away. So something for consideration when we get to the motion. Councillor Whitmarsh? Questions of staff on the report?
I just had a question that related around the future of this area, but I remember a number of years ago there was some conversation around the amount of development that was going to occur on the west side of 200th, approximately around here, 76 Avenue, and there was discussions at that time around a pedestrian overpass ultimately coming. I'm wondering if that sort of has been shelved, or if it never really was a legitimate discussion piece, but maybe just some comment from staff about that. It probably was 4 years ago that I remember having that sort of conversation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will use every quickly diminishing cell power or brain power, gray power matter that I have to try and recollect. I do not believe it was 76th Avenue, but rather 80th Avenue, in the context of which the discussion about the need for a pedestrian overpass was raised. But certainly something that staff can take a look at and provide a memorandum to council. I'm fairly comfortable that it was 80th Avenue, not immediately at 80th Avenue, but slightly south on the west side, not 76th.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, that's my recollection too. Councillor Long.
Yeah, so, Your Worship, what is the status now of this then? Because I like what's been said here. I appreciate that this has come to council's attention, and that there is always a chance that something could be delayed for a variety of reasons, very good reasons perhaps, but we don't want that to happen. We want to have this intersection improved. So can we initiate this plan B? And where is the motion status right now? Because I don't see it on the agenda, although this is a referred item. So maybe I could get some help for where we are with Your Worship, and maybe we could give direction that if it doesn't happen, we get her done.
I believe the motion that's in front of you, referred motion, that's the motion that was referred. Now, Ms. Bauer, once we're done with the presentation, does this motion, it has to come back on the table?
Yeah, it would take a mover and seconder as it was a referred motion, not a deferred motion.
That's right. And does it have to be this particular motion? Can it be, no, it can be
No, it could be
related to
whichever
this.
council would like, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Your Worship, whatever wording you can come up with, or any of the other members of council, I'm sure we're all in agreement that this thing needs to be done before the school starts in the fall. And whatever wording we can come up with, I'm certainly be supportive of. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that exhausts questions of staff on this. So, Councilor Woodward, I believe this was the motion that you brought forward. Did you, based on the conversation, do you wish to move something similar to what we're talking about, having at least having?
Yeah, I'd like to move the original notice of motion, but I'd also have an amendment to clear up some of the issues with the presentation today.
Do you want to just add it in? You could add it in your motion.
Yeah, so I would move it as is, subject to the second paragraph being amended to be at the end if necessary.
Okay.
Right, and then I think I can speak to the other issues.
Okay, great, thank you. Seconded by Councilor Whitmarsh. Moved by Councilor Woodward, seconded by Councilor Whitmarsh with the, as it is here with the words if necessary. So, Councilor Woodward, go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks. So just to start at the bottom first, the second item there was anticipating, not awareness of the possibility of this specific interim possibility in coordination and partnership with the landowner there. So given that that's come to light here, which I think is a great opportunity to take advantage of. The second one just remains there, Mr. Mayor, based on your comments that if it turns out that maybe doesn't work out or it can't be done quickly enough, that it would be allowed to proceed as a budget item using the DCC funding. So maybe I should have moved it with an additional amendment to be pre-approved within the 2023 budget so we can wrap up the 2022 budget. Such that if it's delayed in the summer or in the next few months, we can get this thing done in the summertime.
So I'll just get some clarification from staff on that point. If this is coming from DCCs, it doesn't come from the budget. Is that correct? So that it could just proceed in 2022 from DCCs, or does it need to be in? Is it something that just comes to council's table? Let's say it comes here in May. Is it something we can just approve that? We don't need to.
Your Worship, it was development works that are not usually budgeted. It's the DCC program that is, so we need to have the expenditure and the revenue. So I think it's inappropriate to either specify 22 or 23 as was suggested.
Okay, so the 22, it could be put in 22 with that caveat, if so. I think Councilor Woodward, if you wish to leave the 22 in there, I think that's fine. And
the challenge there, Mr. Mayor, would be
the
challenge there, Mr. Mayor, would be coming back in 2022 or putting in a municipal assist factor that we don't end up needing, but it could be pre-approved for 2023 which would address this issue. Maybe Mr. Backen can clarify that.
It would just be a carry forward, I think, to 23 if it didn't happen, Mr. Backen.
That's correct, Your Worship. It would be a carry forward. However, I think the suggestion is if it's pre-approved for 23, that way we could let the development process run its course for 2022. And if it doesn't happen by the appropriate time frame, we'd be able to start very early in 2023 if that was the case. So it gives us the best of both worlds.
All right, so should we have an amendment?
Can I make that a friendly amendment, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, so
Just an amendment,
if you
move an
wish
amendment
to
to
move
20.
with the amendment from 2022 to the words or the numbers to 2023.
That's right.
Okay, is there a seconder to that amendment?
I'll second.
Councillor Richter seconds it. And on the amendment, any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Woodward, did you wish to speak to, your hand is up? You wish to speak to
I'll speak to the main motion some more after this, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Richter on the amendment.
Yeah, I just want to be sure I understand what we're voting on. So the first paragraph remains as it is. The second paragraph is amended to read, if necessary,
Yes, and
the intersection be pre-approved within the 2023 budget.
That's yeah, correct. So right now the vote is on the changing 2022 to 2023.
Okay, but there is an if necessary.
That's the main motion.
That's
right now,
the main
the
motion.
amendment is just the 2022 to 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh on the amendment.
Just to clarify that on the 2023, if the proponent decides for some reason not to go ahead with the project and we want to do it this summer in 2022, that predates the 2023 budget. We would have to be doing it in our 2022. So I guess I'm just wanting to understand what that means, because we want to make sure it's done for September regardless of what the developer chooses to do.
Mr. Backen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess the point is that at this time the developer is proceeding. If the developer were to abandon their process, let's say by April or May or something, then we'd have to revisit it. It would be beyond our budget timeline, so we'd have the pre-approval in 23 to accelerate, or we could come back and perhaps seek a budget amendment. In that case, we would likely come back with a report that suggests swapping priorities, where we would actually take a 2022 project, put it to 23, and a 23 project back to 22, but we'd have achieved equilibrium because we've had both, it's basically a reversal of the projects.
Okay, so the 2023 date works for us to be able to do that.
Either way, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It can work, yeah. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I just want to clarify the intent there based on those comments. So the idea here is it's pre-approved, so the municipal exist factor is the only item that impacts property taxes. So that would be essentially pre-approved for 2023. It wouldn't be my intent that it would have any impact on approved projects for 2022. So maybe Mr. Backen can clarify that based upon my most recent comment just now.
That's correct, Your Worship. It's really the assist factor we're talking about.
Okay, so that's great to clarify. So with pre-approving it in 2023, staff can get it done this summer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Now we're back on the main motion as amended. Councillor Woodward, and then I'll call the question.
Yeah, I just want to address paragraph 1, therefore be it resolved, staff prioritize completion of a signalized intersection. So I would consider the interim solution presented here today to be consistent with that motion, as opposed to the full long-term scenario, both of which are signalized. My main concern with bringing this forward after the SD35 liaison meeting was assuring a signalized process for people to get to and from 76th Avenue on both sides of 200th Street. And that's been accomplished with this interim solution. I think it's a great interim way to work with the property owner on the other corner, get this done. And I think that satisfies the intent of this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, just in the very first part, and therefore, it mentions to prioritize the complication. I'm wondering if that's just a typo.
It's typo, completion.
It's completion. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Councilor Whitmarsh.
It's a typo.
Completion.
No, I know. I wasn't. I just want to make sure. Complication would be challenging.
Yeah. This has been complicated. All right. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. We march on to reports. Thank you very much, Mr. Sefi, by the way, for that presentation. It was complex, and it helped me understand this whole issue. All right, we're on to reports to council, and we have E1, which is development permit application number 101237. This is 6800 block of 216th Street. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, a seconder. Have a seconder? Councillor Whitmarsh, and speakers. I have Councillor Richter, then Councillor Anderson. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I have a question. This came to us, I think, 2 councils ago. It's been a while. And I'm just wondering is what is being proposed here, what was originally approved here?
Mr. Seffi? I can answer partially what Mr. Seffi can do. This is a new proponent and a new application, but in line with the other zoning. Mr. Seffi.
Thank you, Your Worship. You're correct, Your Worship. And just to add to what you said, the previous application could not have proceeded at this stage because a development permit issued by council is valid only for 2 years. If the applicant has not commenced works, then the permit is no longer valid. So they had to reapply in any case. And in this particular case, they have elected not to proceed with exactly the same as what was previously approved. And more specifically, they are no longer interested in a oil change / car wash, but the other remaining components in terms of a gas bar and commercial uses on the site remain the same. There's a drive-through component, and there is a residential above the commercial as well, to the extent that the zoning bylaw that was previously adopted by council for this particular site is being respected, and it's just a matter of development permit at this stage for council's consideration.
Okay, so the original application, which has expired now, did it include a residential component? Because I couldn't remember that.
As far as I recall, it did. The components that were not included were the oil change and car wash that were included previously and no longer included.
Okay, and so a drive-through was included on that site as well?
Again, just going by memory, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Richter, yes, it did.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Through your Worship to Mr. Safey. I'm wondering, I didn't notice in this report as an attachment any kind of traffic study that's done here. I have some very severe concerns regarding the configuration of that area. I could go on with a list of things. I live not far from the area, and I do see on a daily basis the kind of things that will happen and currently happen to confound traffic there. So I'm just wondering if we can make it as a requirement to have some kind of a report having to do with traffic movements.
Yeah, Mr. Seffi, I believe it's a development permit. I don't know if we can do this form citing character, but I would like to know the answer if one was done in the rezoning.
Again, Your Worship, I don't recall the specifics of the application. As Councillor Richter correctly pointed out, it's been a few years, a number of years, at least more than 2 years, that the rezoning was approved by council. And as you have pointed out correctly, Your Worship, because of the fact that it's no longer land use matter, we're limited to form and siting and character issues. I can advise council that the location of the proposed driveways, one off Glover and one off 216th, have been reviewed or would have been reviewed by the Ministry of Transportation because of the proximity to a provincially controlled highway. So that would all have occurred. That's my expectation. It would have all occurred previously, and staff has looked at it, and there's been no significant change to what was previously endorsed.
I have a secondary question, Your Worship.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Well, be that as it may, what I would say is that there is now a functional liquor store and a taekwondo / judo operation on the other side of the street that's got a very challenging access there that also allows people to go into across the corner from here to a gas station as well. There's no left turn signal on Glover Road and 216th. So that means somebody currently sitting there can wait a whole light. I have seen lots of people getting very frustrated recently. So to add this compounding factor, I would refer to the cumulative effect of all the things that have happened since. So if Mr. Safey could clarify that every time we put a new use in there and create another access point, do they look at all of those? Is my question.
Mr. Sefi?
Not the cumulative, again, Your Worship, we are limited to the scope of a review that we have based on the provincial legislation. So the use and density matter has already been addressed. So staff has been looking at form, character, and siting, as part of which, as an example, the appropriateness of the buffer areas are looked at, and council may have noticed in the conditions there's a requirement for the applicant to enhance the buffering, the landscape buffering, and other components to ensure that there's adequate protection between the drive aisle of the drive-through and Glover Road. So those things are completely within the mandate of a development permit, but not requiring a traffic impact study.
Your Worship, just going back to Mr. Sefi for a moment, the map on page E1, page 7, actually, I think shows the layout that actually does respect the original rezoning application that I think provided for, as you said, some buffering, but also some widening and some traffic control that was in that area to prevent some of the left turns that may have been concerned. Can you maybe have a look at that and maybe use that as a tool to explore some of the concerns?
Mr. Becken, is this the map that you were referencing? So as you can see, Your Worship, on Glover Road, the access is as far away from the intersection of 216th as possibly could, with respect to properties that front two streets, based on the typical requirements, and this is not typical, but nevertheless they're entitled to access from each one of the siding roads. So the access to this property has been designed to ensure minimal impact, if any, with respect to the access from Glover Road, and similarly access to the property from 216th is also as far away from the intersection as possible to the south of the property line, and as such trying to alleviate any concerns with conflicts with other users in the area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. Traffic is pretty tough in that intersection. I've got lots of pictures of fire trucks sitting there when the train's going by. I know that's a little off the topic, but it is a traffic flow problem. And I just noticed when you brought this up, that basically this is a off Glover Road. I guess it'd be eastbound. Well, that could be argued. Yeah, eastbound. It's a righty in and a righty out, right?
That's correct.
There's nothing dividing the righty out from getting into the middle lane there and going through the intersection towards Fort Langley, is there?
Your Worship, I'm not sure I follow Councillor Davis's question. There's nothing preventing the right.
Well, if you go in and you buy your cup of coffee and you come out now, see, if I'm going to Fort Langley, I turn right in, I do my business, and I turn right out. But you had said, like, there's a line in this. I don't have a magnifying glass. There's nothing there that prevents you. You need to be coming. If you turn right, can you get on the Glover Road and head towards Springbrook or Fort Langley?
Yes, that's correct. You can make a right out from the Glover Road driveway, and you can also do a left out of the 216th driveway.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's even worse. That's why maybe Councillor Arneson's right on it, because everyone starts gumbooting it around that corner, and it's a concave corner, and that can be a real issue when you're trying to, because I know where the old, I call it the old, well, where the old fire station used to be. That's going back too far. But you go around that corner now and there's not a lot of vision. And with the traffic that comes every single day and especially if there's a train, but let's say, forget the train on a normal, traffic can build up to Milner Church there okay. And if it turns up there, you can sit there, turn left, and you might, like was not mentioned. Okay, I'm getting bogged down here by details, but a traffic study is extremely hard, and we don't want to make it so that make it hard for the other gas station there. Well, it doesn't. I'm not so. But if you turn left and you go south on 216th, you almost risk your life turning left into the post office to get the post office or a sandwich out of the subway but getting out of here isn't going to be fun. The traffic comes around that corner. Once they get over the railroad tracks from Willoughby, that's going to be, unless there's a right lane here, and I see a little bit of a right lane, but I can't tell because of the pictures. But is there going to be, like in front of Napier's there, is there going to be a mixing lane so you can get on there, mat it, and then get over into the lane to go southbound on 216? So anyhow, I think a traffic study is something that they need to look at. And one quick question is, I looked at a couple people had brought me the yellow cards. And do you have a picture of the yellow card sent out? If you don't, that's fine. But on that yellow card, it kind of misleads you in the way, if you look on page 5, E1, there's a black line that goes through and it's their property lines. But on the yellow card, I looked at it and immediately thought, oh, are they going to go back to the old way, which goes straight through and then you turn right and go down Glover Road in front of the store? Like you go through the parking lot there, because it's very misleading. Because those two people showed me the yellow card and said, hey, what is this? And I'm just wondering if that just gets really general, or are they going to be doing anything to I guess it'd be northbound on 216th to get onto Glover Road? You're not going to be able to go straight through there where the church used to be, and then where the bus station is there, turn right, and now traffic just builds up there. It's building up there all the time, and they want to get out on. Is the yellow card kind of misleading? Do you have one? Are you looking at it, or?
I don't have one. I'll ask Mr. Seffi if he has one there. I don't.
Well, Your Worship, I don't have one in front of me, and I haven't looked at it. It is concerning to hear a member of council expressing, I guess, concern with misleading. I guess that is certainly not the intent. The intent is obviously to be as clear as possible, because the letter, I think, the postcard Councillor Davis is referring to is the one that we use to inform the public, in this case, residents or property owners within the but adjacent to the proposed development. Because again, this is not a rezoning, this is a development permit. So those property owners adjacent to the site will have been informed about the fact that council is reviewing the development permit matter this evening or this afternoon, and as such, they would have an opportunity to provide their input to council, whether in writing or in person. So given the fact that these are in the form of a postcard, there is a limited amount of information that can be conveyed, but certainly with the intent of providing as much clarity and as much purpose as to the development permit or the application as possible.
Okay, I didn't mean, if I misused the wrong word, but look at the card. The card makes it look like you can come down 216th through and then take off onto Glover Road. The way the card looks, it is, to me, that's why they came and talked to me. Hey, are they going to make this different so you can get, so if you look at the, anyhow, that can, so this rezoning has nothing to do with the traffic, but traffic in there is going to be a problem. And I don't want to not vote against this development, but it sure be nice to have, because I know I drive it all the time, many times a day. And first thing you do is when you get on 216th, you light it up and get the heck out of there. And that's a concave corner with very limited visibility.
Within the speed limit.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Mr. Backen has a comment.
Your worship, it's a bit of a gray area, so we should probably just slow it down and revisit some of the principles, because I think that's what's causing the confusion, and we keep slipping into land use versus form and character. So from first principles, I think it's best to go back to the previous application that is not before us. But in that application where there was a car wash and where there was I guess an oil change location, there was a rezoning done and a development permit done. That rezoning at that time would have had a traffic study done as part of that process to make sure it was functioning. Now, it is a fair comment that since that time, a few years have gone by, across the street, there's been some increased activities. Now, as those properties developed, if they went through a rezoning, they would have to take into account the traffic counts attributed to this operation. Now, if they were already zoned for it, they would not, but it would be deemed that I think that the volume of traffic they would generate from those would be relatively modest. The question then becomes, how would this actually begin to flow? As was concerned, the left turns are going to be the concern, but the fact that there is in some places a median and sometimes just a no left turn sign may be the distinguishing factor. So as we look at this then, traffic is always going to be a concern as long as the train crossing is going to be there, but the intent here, I think, is with the widening of the road and the implementation of some of the setbacks, some of the sidewalks that are in place, it should actually act partially to improve some of the circumstances and provide some of the flow so people could actually reverse course fairly easily and utilize the services of the operation itself. Going forward then, the question would be what other improvements may be necessary, but they may actually be necessitated by further development either to the south of this. So for example, on the Glover Road side, there's some industrial type properties that we expect will likely develop in the future. On the Milner side, on the 216th Street side, probably not quite so much, only because of the fact that those are more residential. So that's going to be the quieter part of it as we go forward. Mr. Sefi, any further comment on the flow in terms of the movements?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to add to what Mr. Backen was referencing, there is a physical barrier on 216th with a median that prevents the movement, that being the movement out, I guess, left out as well as left in. However, there's no such barrier, no such physical barrier on 216th. So in theory, it is possible, but I've been advised by staff that there's actually a covenant that's been placed on the title at time of rezoning, which dates back a few years, again, just to say that there is a covenant that restricts limits left out even on 216th Street. So even though there's no physical barrier, there's a covenant in place that precludes that movement.
Okay, so that explains. I'm glad. The question would be for me is, we'll be paying for that later because it will be a disaster. Any time of the day you can go down there and the cars, they back up there, even sometimes without the train, especially at rush hour. It'll be tough. I guess traffic will figure it out, but I just don't want the Township of Langley paying for something in 1 or 2 or 3 years when we have to make an improvement there when we can see it looking at our face. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
And just one more thing, Your Worship, if I can just draw Council's attention to item E1, page 10, under access and parking. The first paragraph, Your Worship, it does say that there is a restrictive covenant that limits access to right in, right out only.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilor Richter.
Yeah, so what we've got here now is on the Glover side, it's right in, right out only. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
On both, Your Worship, on both.
Actually, on both.
On both. So in terms of form, sighting, and character, can the character or the sighting include some sort of a blockage here, making it clear they can't turn left out of the 216th Street? They can only go right in or right out.
Mr. Sefi, I think, yeah, I think it's the design and the signage would be inconsistent with the covenant. But Mr. Sefi, maybe you could expand on that.
That's correct, Your Worship. The covenant, I recognize that there is no physical barrier. As I said, there is on Glover, but not on 216th. But the covenant.
Can we require a physical barrier as part of form, character, and siting?
The physical barrier on Glover, Your Worship, is on the road.
Yeah,
So I don't know how we can require that on the road, because it would have to be done in consolidation or in coordination with the entire corridor, not just fronting the development.
If I can maybe, I think we're familiar with the gas station at the corner of 232 and 72 by Highway 1. And as you enter on the bypass, it's a right in, right out, and there's a little triangle, raised triangle that, I mean, sure, people can still disobey the law and, wangle their way around and get a left turn in there, but it's probably something like that. Is that, it prohibits.
Yeah, can we include that as a requirement of the permit?
I don't know if we can. Mr. Sefi?
Your Worship, I believe maybe what the solution might be, or what council might be thinking of, might be not a median on 216th, but rather a traffic island, a triangular shaped island that is placed at the driveway on 216th, that is designed to be consistent with the covenant and preclude left turn movements.
Yes, and that I would like to put that amendment in, but before I get to that, I had one other question. On the map, the 216th piece of the driveway access, it looks like the property line juts up. And so how are we going to ensure that the road actually goes through there? Do you see where the little hat is, or the pointed part?
Yeah, right there in 6-7.
Okay, but if you go back to the diagram that Mr. Sefi just had up, the pencil one, or the pen one. No, the one, yeah. That road access is on the other person's property. Is that going to be built?
You have an easement?
So, Your Worship, that's correct. I think in that situation, they could either do a lot line adjustment, which I think they decided against because of the implications for the original property, but they'd then be taking an easement over that hat, so to speak.
So they are going to get the easement so that road will be built as part of their development permit?
Correct. They would have to have that road to actually, or that easement to allow the traffic to cross that property, or it would be in trespass.
Okay. All right. I'd like to put forward the motion then, Mr. Mayor, if I could, that as part of the development permit, an island be placed on the 216th Street access to reinforce the right in, right out access only on 216th.
Is that, Mr. Sefi, is that clear direction and that's consistent? Okay, is there, Mr. Backup?
And perhaps a covenant that Councillor Davis not drive across the island?
Yeah, well, that's for Councillor Davis, yeah.
Well, that's only
All
if
right.
he's not in his tractor.
Yeah. Is there a seconder to that amendment? Councillor Davis seconds it. Thank you. Okay, on the amendment, Councillor Davis, you wish to speak to that?
Yes. Can I just go back in history a little bit? And when we did the first, when Councillor Ferguson was helping, I don't know, somehow or other, I keep thinking, okay, you know what, I'm going to withdraw that. I just thought, I thought Councillor Ferguson seemed to know quite a bit about this project. But
I don't know if he was on council when we did this one.
No, I know he wasn't. That's why I say he was helping them, or I don't know if he was. I shouldn't even have started. I'm sorry. I take that back. But we at least had them stop the yellow line from Glover towards 216th, and they stopped it for like 30 feet or something, so that now at least you can go in there, you can shimmy, position yourself, sit there, and then the cars realize that, like, cars come out of there, they turn left when they can, and that's hard to do, but they do it at least. But if we put an island in, so that makes your right innies and right outies occur, then that island will be set back far enough. Obviously, I guess they can't do it without that. But are we, okay, so you turn right in there, you do your business, you turn right, you go to Fort Langley. You could turn right in there and, I'm just trying to think, will that island unintendedly go down further and make it so that I can't go, I'll use myself as example, go down Glover Road, turn left, and then sit there and turn left and go into the other place or the Council Petrina said it, the other businesses in that side.
The island would be on their
Like
property.
it's going to be way down here by
The island would
yeah.
actually,
Oh, it'll have to be on their
it'd be on-
property.
it has to be on their property. We're not asking to put, we wouldn't allow it on township property. It'd have to be on their driveway.
So your worship-
Okay, then I totally support it. Okay.
Mr. Bracken?
Your worship,
Thanks.
just to add to that, then I think the concern was, well, if the island was there, would it be large enough to preclude kind of a left-hand turn? And the short answer is we think so, because the island would be there, as you said, like the one at 232nd and 72nd, in that area where it kind of limits it. Because remember, to get to if your destination was Fort Langley, rather than go out on the 216th Street side and then try to go down and make a left, one would simply go back out the Glover Road side, because that's a right in, right out on that side. So their shortest route would be to go back on the Glover Road side, therefore limiting the need for these left-hand turns.
Okay, thank you very much. That I'll support it now. It makes sense. It's actually makes a lot of
Thanks. Council Long?
sense. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to use the term, but it's applying right here because it's already in the report, okay? It says right here, first of all, that there's a shared joint access easement has been secured. So that talks about the driveway. And that there's a covenant restricting the driveways to right in and right out. So that's already in the plan. I don't know why we're encompassing or complicating things by designing on the fly here. And who knows what kind of problems this island could cause. So I think you're going to have a right turn only sign there. And if someone wants to break the law, I guess that's up to them. So I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor and opposed?
I'm opposed.
Council Long is opposed.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I have a second amendment I'd like to make.
I just want to finish. Councillor Ferguson, were you in favor or opposed? Your hand. Opposed? Okay, Councillor Long, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Whitmarsh opposed. Is there anybody else I missed? Okay, the amendment carries. Councillor Richter, go ahead. You're muted. You're on mute.
I'd like to propose a second amendment to the second set of conditions there. At the bottom of, I guess this is page 3 on the agenda. Although not part of the development permit requirements, the applicant is advised that prior to issuance of a building permit, the following items will need to be finalized. I would like to add in a condition H, that access or that easement to provide the access to 216th Street is obtained.
It is. It's already in the report, I believe.
Well, it's in the report, but it's not in the conditions. I'd like it to be in the conditions.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds it. I'm just going to call the question.
Can I get the proper page number, Your Worship, please?
Yeah.
What is the page number?
Okay,
Where are these conditions? Page 35, page 20?
The easement.
Page 2.
Yeah. Mr. Steffi, I don't think this thing can proceed without that easement. They won't get access to the 216, so I'm just not sure. Is it already included in the
Says it's been
report?
obtained.
Your Worship, the challenge is, I guess, twofold. One is included, as you said. The other part is that I believe Councillor Richter's amendment referenced the part that is not part of the DP requirements, which makes it a matter of building permit, which is subject to a separate building permit process, which cannot, by its nature, exceed a certain tighter framework, if you will. So
what you're saying,
yeah.
this is not a part of a development permit. So, Councillor Richter, then I'll have to say that this motion is, I guess, out of order. It doesn't fit the development permit. It's already included, and that will definitely be done at the building permit process.
okay, but the way that Mr. Backen answered the question was that it doesn't necessarily have to be there because it's not in the conditions.
Mr. Backen?
So they could go ahead and build their building permit without completing that road.
I don't believe they could, no.
they cannot.
Mr. Seffi says they cannot.
No,
They have
thank
to
you, Your
have
Worship.
that.
Thank you for allowing me to clarify. The question, as I understood it, was would they be able to actually access to 16th Street without actually building the driveway? And the answer is they cannot. And if they can't access to 16th Street, that changes the whole development itself. Therefore, as was indicated, an easement is necessary, and the easement is a condition of their, development permit that's already been put into place and their access and egress. So in that circumstance, because of the covenants that are in place, it's been addressed through the covenants as well as through the development permit process.
Okay, but it's not specified in the conditions we're voting on. I just want to make it specified in the conditions, and it doesn't sound like specifying it in the conditions is contrary to the application.
So the challenge, Your Worship, is that council is now putting conditions on a building permit as opposed to the development permit itself. And as already been indicated, the development permit has secured the actual easement as being a condition, and the right in, right out, et cetera, as being a condition of the development permit itself by a covenant on the property on that. So we'd have enforceability not just through the development permit process, but through the court processes as well. So it does add a layer of redundancy unless it's somehow weaved into the development permit process, which we've already attempted.
Okay, if that's the case, then I would move it to the first set of conditions and number it I instead, because we already have an H there. So it's part of the development permit conditions.
Mr. Backen, can you give me some, I know it's bounced between development permit and zoning.
Can I help?
Condition, no, I'm asking staff, Councilor Long.
Mr. Seffi, perhaps it would be as simple as simply saying requesting that they do it. That would be consistent with it then? If we did it as an I requesting that they do it?
It is a requirement. I don't know if you can request.
It's a requirement through some other instruments, but I think the concern is it's not referenced in the actual development permit conditions itself.
Your Worship, I will try to provide additional clarification such that maybe the need might no longer be there. The right of way, the access has already been registered. I was trying to show it on the screen. It's not showing up very well, but if you see this dashed line, that is indicative of the existing access that exists on the property to the south. So it is not something that the current applicant is going to have to negotiate or secure in order for this project to be viable. They do require two accesses, and it's in their best interest, even if there was no agreement in place, that they would go and obtain the agreement to make sure that the access exists. So again, I don't know if the need is there to do anything further. The access agreement already exists between the property to the south and the subject property.
Your Worship, I think that's the clarification that's been lacking through the discussion, is we're requiring something that's already existing and that the easement has already been registered and put into place between the parties. I think that's where the confusion originated.
Thank you. So, yeah, so my
But do we know that?
Yes, we do. And so my ruling stands this, that amendment would be redundant and out of order.
Okay, thank you.
No, and, okay, so on the motion as amended, Councilor Long, on the motion as amended.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter now, but I did read the paragraph out of the report that specifically says this. So anyway,
we've clarified it. Yeah,
that's been clarified again. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the motion as amended. All those in favor and opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councilor Richter, Councilor Davis, Councilor Arneson opposed. It carries. Thank you.
No.
Councilor Kunst opposed. Okay, thank you. Councilor Davis in favor. It's so hard.
Yeah, I was in favor.
Okay,
yeah.
in favor. So,
Sure.
So with Councilor Davis,
you recorded me as opposed.
Yeah, sorry about that. Councilor Davis is in favor. Councilor Kunst was opposed. So it carries. All right, now we rocket on to E2, development permit application number 101224, Qualico Developments. And the moved by, sorry, I didn't see who moved it. Who moved it?
So David,
Councilor Davis moves it. Seconder, Councilor Kunst. Discussion, call the question. Oh, Councilor Richter.
Yes, I just had a question with regards to anticipated population. as a result of this building permit? Is it the same as originally approved, or will the population density be increasing as a result of this permit?
Mr. Sefi?
Your Worship,
I
the
think
population projection has not changed. I guess I'm hesitating because I need to be accurate with my response to the question. The density has not changed. The population projection, I guess we don't know because, in some cases there may be 1.7 persons on average in a townhouse, whereas in other cases it could be, 1.9 or even 2 people per townhouse site on average. So the specificity of the question is the reason for my hesitation. But as far as the density is concerned, there's been no change.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Am I on? Okay. Yeah, I had a question in one of the, I think it's page 8. It says this is a mandatory development permit. I was just wondering if you could explain what that is. And I guess one of the reasons why I'm asking is when David Eby, the Minister of Housing, announced that local government are not building enough housing, and I was just wondering what the implications of that statement are through your worship to staff.
So this is a mandatory development permit because it's in a development permit area. So it has been zoned previously, and they've come forward with a development permit, so it's mandatory. As far as Minister Eby's remarks regarding not enough housing being built, the province, that's a song they sing a lot, that they blame municipalities for slowing things down. So I don't know if we really can comment on what Minister Eby is saying. They're discussing some sort of legislation that might be coming in the fall.
Yeah, I figured it might be a little too soon to comment on that.
Yeah.
It just kind of highlighted to me. I know there's no relationship there, but I just was, kind of wondering if we had a discussion about that at some point.
Okay, that'll probably be when when they actually show us what they're doing. So far, it's just been an announcement. Okay, Councillor Richter, your hand is still up. Is that from before?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I
No
didn't
problem.
take it down.
All right, I'm going to call the question on E2. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. Thank you. And E2 is Community Donations Policy Update. Could I have a motion?
I'll move it.
E3? Sorry, did I say E2? E3. Councillor Long moves it. Seconder. Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Richter, question on it?
Yes, I have a question and I'd like to make a referral motion. On page 3, section 4.5 refers to non-standard items. What would be examples of non-standard items?
Mr. Sefi?
Thank you, Your Worship. So non-standard items would be just for demonstration example purposes, say specialized equipment in a rec center, addition to a playground facility of playground equipment, maybe water features within a park. So these would be non-standard features or non-standard donations that have been discussed and have not been covered in previous policy.
Okay, and the policy also references things that go into road right-of-ways. What would be some examples of those?
It is just trying to be, I guess, comprehensive, Your Worship. That's what the policy's intent is. I don't know if there's any specific example of a donation that might actually, I can think of at least, in terms of a encroachment on visibility, but certainly benches have the possibility of encroaching on site and sight lines for road safety. Other than that, I can't at this point think of anything.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, the referral
Oh, you've gone.
sorry,
Yeah,
I'd
that's
like
okay.
to make is that we refer this for comment by the Recreation, Culture and Parks Advisory Committee.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Woodward seconds it. On,
That-
okay. you wanna
Yeah,
speak to it? Yeah.
yeah, I'd like to speak to it, please, Mr. Mayor. I think that uh, providing more opportunities for families to commemorate their lost family members is a good thing for us to do. I think it helps build community, and it also helps provide some amenities like benches that maybe we wouldn't have provided otherwise. But because the Parks, Recreation, Culture and Recreation Advisory Committee has a responsibility for providing advice to council, I think it would be interesting to see if they've got any suggestions that they'd like to be included in this policy.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question on the referral to the committee. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Long, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Arneson are opposed. Carries. All right, move on to bylaws for first and second reading. And F1 is rezoning application number 100650 and development permit application number 101202, BMG Projects Incorporated, bylaw number 5769. I could have a motion for first and second. Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Kunst. Call the question. All those in favor? And Councillor Arneson's opposed. It carries. Thank you. All those opposed? Councillor, I kind of jumped the gun. I heard you say it before I called it. We'll get back on track. That's okay. F2, rezoning application number 100679.
Councillor Davis has his hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Davis was opposed? Or I didn't hear him say anything. Okay, we'll carry on. Councillor Davis.
Is my hand up?
Yeah, I don't know. Were you in favor of the last one or opposed?
Did I take my hand down?
Yeah, there you
The
are.
last one was community donations policy.
No,
Yeah,
the-
that was in favor,
Of
in
the referral.
favor of it.
And
the
F and
deferral, yeah.
Yeah, and F1, the rezoning, you're in favor? BMG projects?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Thanks. So we got it. Okay, we're going to move on to F2. Rezoning application number 100679, Callaway REIT, Langley Incorporated, bylaw 5767. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Long moves it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kunst? Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to speak much to the main motion at this point. I just wanted to let you know that I do have a referral if you're willing to take it now or you would like to wait.
I'll just go down the next two. And then.
Okay, just want you know I do have a referral.
That's right.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you. Councillor Richter?
I was wondering if we've had any studies done or any feedback on the pent-up demand in the community for another cannabis location. We approved the two ones earlier, and I haven't gotten much feedback on those two. And I think we should do some sort of a demand review before we approve another one. Also on page 8, it refers to the requirement of 200 meters, I believe it is, as the crow flies from various facilities. So I'm wondering, this particular location is very close to Township Hall, which does have a library and a recreation center. So as the crow flies, is it 200 meters away from Township Hall?
Mr. Sefi?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know if you wanted me to respond to the first part of the question in terms of any studies or analysis or feedback.
If you can, if you've heard of anything, I know I've heard nothing. But
That's correct, Your Worship. That would have been my response. We haven't done a study, and staff is not aware of any feedback. And as far as the subject application is concerned, it is further than the prescribed parameters of the policy. So I can confirm that the proposal does meet the policy provisions.
Okay, and because this is located right by Walmart and by Best Buy, I don't believe that's a low visibility area, particularly for children. I think a lot of children go in and out of Best Buy and they go in and out of Walmart. So I'm not going to support this application. Thank you.
Councillor Arneson?
Thank Thank you, Worship. I had a question. So it's regarding proximity. So I noticed that they've been using our guidelines in terms of analyzing the situation. I thought it would be prudent to be more proactive and look at the future to say, if in and around this area we're going to redevelop because of SkyTrain, what would be the benefit to the township to allow a grandfathered use that could limit in some way what we've already determined as guidelines. So for example, if a new school or a library or anything like that was going to be put in the Willowbrook area, now we have to consider an existing cannabis outlet as part of the equation. So that would be a concerning factor to me, that once we cite it, then we're going to have structural challenges possibly later on. So I'm not going to support this either. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, we have gone through a lengthy process for the number of applications prior, and we have 2 in place. I think that we're still getting more information and deciding, making key decisions about what we're going to do. I mean, I know that, I guess one of the other councillors, I believe Councillor Woodward had said something about a referral or something, so I'll wait from him. Other than that, I have some challenges with this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, so I'll make that referral, Mr. Mayor. And as I do it, I'll email it to the clerk so it's easier. She doesn't, Ms. Bauer or the clerk doesn't have to try to dictate it. So I have a referral motion here. Refer back to staff to consider and prepare a second round of potential cannabis retail applications subsequent to a review of the cannabis retail policy 07-410 with clear direction from council to be considered at a future CPC meeting. So move.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second it for discussion, but I'm not interested in getting any more cannabis stores until we've had an impact assessment.
Thank you. It's been seconded by
Okay, so I'd like to
Councillor
provide some rationale for that, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Speak to it.
Yeah, so I think this might be, rather than say we don't support it, I would like to spend some time learning a bit more about some of the experience with the 2 that have been approved, doing potentially some additional consultation with the community, and trying to get some rationale for potentially allowing some of the previous people that have applied in this area to have a chance. I've been fairly consistent in my critique of the existing policy that has been significantly unfair, where 19 people met the conditions of the policy and were refused, essentially. And now we're going to potentially accept a cannabis application from somebody who just happens to have better timing, the way I see it. And so I would like to be fair. I'd like to be consistent. And I'd like to give all proponents an equal opportunity, that if we're going to approve a cannabis application in the Willowbrook area, that we be more considered and fair about it than I think it would be to simply approve this. So I don't want to say no outright. And I think a longer discussion at CPC is warranted to potentially look at reviewing and amending the policy subsequent to learning from the experience of having 2 cannabis retail operations already, and considering it more in depth about a review of and amendments to that policy, rather than just approving somebody who seems to be here on their own, rather than competing with 19 other applications that the others had to go through, which again resulted in criteria for approving some that I still don't know what they were, to pick 2 and say no to 19 other people. So I think we're still in that situation as far as I'm concerned. And I would like to have a longer discussion about it at CPC. And if the proponent's willing to wait, great. If they're not, that's up to them. But I think we have to be more fair to the 19 that were told no, and many others out there that maybe want to consider and provide a better application or an equally competitive application, that as far as they know, they've been told no. And now someone is here asking us to approve them in a vacuum. And I think we need to do it better. I think we need to do it fair. And I think we need to take a longer look at it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I think that the last time we went through this process, we did have a set of criteria, and we can debate whether they were the right criteria. But it actually won't matter what the criteria is if we allow sort of mass applications, no matter the criteria, and then it'll result in council having to determine who gets it and who doesn't, regardless of what the criteria will be, because every application will meet all the criteria or very close to all the criteria, regardless of what the criteria are that are set. I think it was clear that that was an introductory sort of process. There was definitely some challenges with it, but I'm not interested in going back to a model where we have 15 and 18 applications and we've got to choose one. They all meet the criteria, and we somehow have to, as a council, go through and decide which one we would accept. So I think at the end it was left to the where we would move forward, where people would apply just like any other business in the community, but it would come forward to council to make a decision on if we wanted that location or not, and people could apply. Any one of those 19 people that didn't get their could have applied again following that. They chose not to so far, but they could have, and so I'm not interested in a mass application process, no matter what the criteria are that we lay out.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Well, I think we're going through beginning stages and see how we're doing and how others are doing. It provides the opportunity to discuss things, and it is a challenge. We're going into new territories and a challenge. I think it's an opportunity for us to look at it and see how we're doing. I went through another community the other day, and I was surprised. I thought 2 or 3 in a row with a high visibility of, didn't make a lot of sense to me, but other communities are allowed to do whatever they wish. But I think it's something we have to look at very cautiously for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, I think the fair thing to do is to deal with applications as they come to this table. It doesn't matter what it's about. And if someone has an application before us, there isn't a race or some kind of criteria that they have to fit in terms of favorability or fairness. I think they come forward with an application that fits the policy. Council has a right to vote in whatever conscience it has, and that's what happened with the last policy. I think that the policy was a guidance document, if nothing else, and some of us didn't feel comfortable and some did, and so that's where the decisions were made, whether it was 19 and for whatever reasons. I mean, there were different feelings, I think, each councillor when they were approved or not approved. But I was in favor of looking at it geographically, and this is a geographic area that doesn't have an outlet, and we had one that was applied, but it was too close to the city border. I also like the idea, I guess, or appreciate the idea that this is a government-run facility. I believe it's for BC Liquor, isn't it? Yeah, it's run by the province, which I thought it would be good to have at least one of those in the township. Anyway, to me, it does fit the criteria, and it's fair, so I don't see that a deferral actually makes it or a referral makes it actually any more fair. In fact, it perhaps makes it very unfair to this particular applicant.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I'll be in opposition to the referral also. I believe we went through a process initially because it was certainly brand new and everybody wanted to get in, and council had to make some decisions, but we only have one tool. We can debate and we can discuss, we can come up. I'm happy to see amendments or changes to the policy if a member of council has some good suggestions. They're certainly always looking for ways to improve what we do. However, now we're back on the job that council has to do. And the only way that this can happen is a rezoning. And the only way that rezoning goes through is if there's a majority of council that passes it. And that's the system that we're in. No matter how long we debate it in a CPC meeting, we did that. And now I think we're past that. I can think back to when I grew up in Matsqui Municipality, which is now part of Abbotsford. It was dry. There were no liquor stores. You couldn't even buy a beer at the pizza shop. And over time it changed. And now you see liquor stores everywhere. And I see this as a very similar. It's cannabis retail, which is now legal in the province of British Columbia. It's actually in Canada, but the province has taken it on, the regulation of it. It's legal. This proponent, the province was in front of us prior in the first round. They've come back. And I think, to be fair, we need to give them, either we pass it or we don't pass it. It's up to council. But the process is in place, and our process now are rezonings. And I can't think of another, because ultimately, no matter what we decide, it has to come back as a rezoning, because that is the role of council, and our legislated duties is to consider rezonings, and that's where we are today. So I'm not going to support the referral. Thank you. Councilor Richter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the concern that I have, or maybe I could make an amendment to the referral, is we spent an awful lot of time going through the first round of this. We did extensive consultation with the public. We had a policy that was drafted by staff. And I would like to know do we really need a third cannabis store in Langley right now? Or are we good with 2? And to me, that question has not been answered. So if I can amend the referral to include a review of the current status of the existing 2 applications and the demand that's being either met or not met, I would feel better about supporting a referral.
Is there a seconder? Okay, can you add, it's an amendment to the referral, so is there a second? Councilor Woodward seconds. Okay, so the amendment to the referral, okay, I'll call a question on that first. All those in favor? Amendment to the referral. And opposed? So Councilor Arneson, Councilor Froese, Councilor Kuntz, okay, Councilor Whitmarsh, Councilor Long opposed. So we're back to the referral. Councilor Woodward on the referral.
Yeah, I'm just gonna clarify maybe the need for the referral. So the problem is, I mean, I think we're kind of proving that a longer discussion about a second discussion of cannabis retail after the experience of the previous process has had some time to be pondered. If others don't agree, they just want to start approving cannabis. Of course, we're going to consider the rezonings and approve them. I'm still not sure. Maybe someone can provide a rationale about how I'm going to explain to the 19 other people that came before this application were told no. Why were they told no? And now this person can just wait 6 months, come back and get approved. Rezonings are slightly different. In the blanket term of land use, they usually have a justification of a community plan. They have justification of a designation inside of a community plan. A lot of work goes into those. This is spot zoning essentially for single applicants who happen to get lucky with their timing, it sounds like. And so I think that we need a deeper rationale for what we're doing. These are not liquor stores. I think they are different. I think comparing them is a little trite. I think that they're different. They're a different land use. And I think maybe we do have too many liquor stores. I do hear that from people. I don't want to just approve any cannabis retail store. We're also given that if we don't consider a review of the policy, this is the Willowbrook cannabis location indefinitely, unless we're going to now have more in the future. So we're going to have more in Willowbrook, but not otherwise. I think this policy does need to be looked at before approving more cannabis retail. But I've done my best here. And if council doesn't agree, it doesn't agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And so we appreciate that. I'm going to call the question on the referral. All those in favor and opposed? So Councillor Arneson, Mayor Froese, Councillor, okay, this thing keeps switching around. Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Long, Councillor Davis, opposed. Councillor Ferguson, were you opposed or in favor? I missed you. Okay, thanks. So that's the ones opposed. So the referral fails. So we're back to the main motion. Councillor Woodward, do you wish to speak to the main motion?
Yeah, I haven't spoken to the main motion. So an attempt to have a sober second look at the policy prior to approving additional cannabis has failed. I'm not sure what the criteria is to say yes to this proponent and no to the 19 others. I'm still not sure what that basis is. I'm going to repeat again that this is probably one of the most unfair processes I've ever witnessed in 10 years of watching council. I don't understand what the basis is to approve this one when others were told no. I just don't know. I just don't know what it is. And I think an attempt to try to do better being discarded, I think is a bit unfortunate. So really what I should have told the other 19 was to wait 6 months, apply again by yourself, and you would be approved. That's what this is. That's the process that's occurring here. And I don't know what the basis is for do that. It's the opposite of what I consider to be good governance. This is basically just approving things as they come forward without a consistent policy. So now nobody else can apply in Willowbrook unless the policy is reviewed. And I don't know what the basis is to tell the others that they couldn't proceed, and now this one can. So I don't support it. Even though I probably could have, given that it's a government institution, but with some better framework around what it is we're even doing here. In the way we're managing small business applications, we're managing proponents, we're managing people that want to invest and open up a retail operation here. 19 others were told no for no basis that I know of to then now approve this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just speak. I will be voting in favor. This is first and second reading. It's not an approval. there is a process that we go through, and I think it's incumbent upon each member of council to keep an open mind, that when we do first and second reading, we are looking forward to any opportunity for the public to provide us with some input and to keep an open mind. So I'm not approving anything. I'm passing first and second reading forward. That's number one. Number two is, I recall the process that council went through. We attempted to narrow it down in a meeting. That failed. It came back, which is fine. And we all had an opportunity to vote on them. And I know I voted on some that didn't go through, and I voted on some that did pass, and some councils. We all had an opportunity to vote. I would like to check the voting records of everybody to see what kind of a chance we gave them. But we could have approved all 21. Actually, we had that opportunity, but it was a fair process, and it is the only process that we have. I keep going back to the fact that this is a zoning. Any proponent can put it forward. If we do not wish this to go forward, vote against it, and it ends here. But if we do wish for it to go forward, then that's, if any member, then they vote for it. This is a fair process. It's the only process we have. We can go back and talk about it all we want, but I've heard this refrain before that the policy is flawed. Input in the policy would have been helpful in the beginning. When we formed the policy, to get to a policy, we did the best we could as a council. And I take offense to the fact that we're being unfair. We did the best we could, but at the end of the day, it was a vote. And all the members of council had that opportunity to vote. And I can only call the vote as I see it. Some passed, some didn't. And here we are. And now we're in a position where individuals, proponents can come forward, as is their right, for rezoning. And that's where we are today. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think that we went through a unique process at the beginning, and it was very clear that after that process was done, that we would follow a more typical pattern of people could apply to open up a cannabis retail business in similar fashion that they would other businesses, but that council would have the decision to decide on whether they felt it was the right location or the best place, and we would use the guidelines that we have from the policy to help guide us, but ultimately it would be a vote of council. Any one of those people that applied before could have applied again. It was very clear that they could have done that if they wanted to. Many of them probably chose not to. Many of them may be frustrated. Who knows? But in the end, this is a fair process. People can come just like any other business. That's how we need to treat it. And we can always change the criteria. We could have more than one in a given area. There's nothing that says that the council can't amend that policy and change that as we move in the future. So I will be supporting this. I think that it's a government operation. It's one in Willowbrook. It meets the criteria that we did lay out, and I'm satisfied with it. And I do think that as far as where children might be, this is an area that is not close to schools. It's not close to recreation centers. It's not close to areas where children would be going by themselves and traveling. They would be with a parent and a supervision. So even going to Best Buy, they're not going to see children just traveling to Best Buy on their own. They're likely to be there with their parents and supervision. So I think this is an okay location, and I'm fine with this.
Thank you. Councillor Richter? Councillor Richter? Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support this because, as I said earlier, number one, it's in too highly visible location. And for us to think for 1 minute that children, particularly teenagers, are not around Best Buy regularly, nor are they around Walmart, I think is a wrong assumption on our part. And our feedback from the public was quite strong. They didn't mind it in industrial areas that people had to drive to, but people couldn't walk to. And this is a walk-to area. The second thing is, as far as I'm concerned, this store is only going to service Langley City. If Langley City wants a cannabis outlet, they should approve their own. Stop leaving it to us to do that for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Procedural question. It's, if I may, the application 100679 is up for first and second reading. Is that correct?
You want an answer? It says
That's correct.
Bylaws for first and second reading.
Okay,
It's
that's
very
my
clear in
first.
the agenda.
That's correct then? Then will
I
there...
don't think I need to answer that, Councillor Ferguson. It's in the agenda.
Well,
It's pretty
well, there's a
clear.
reason why. There's always a reason I have
Okay.
you guys. You're learning off me.
That's right.
My second thing, will there be a public hearing for this? Well, I'm getting argued with the
It's,
clerk and the general manager arguing now.
Sorry, Councillor Ferguson, you asked me a question. So part of the motion is that council authorize staff to proceed with a written submission opportunity and notice prior to council's consideration of third reading of rezoning bylaw number 5767. It says in the
So
agenda.
I guess if I may, through the chair to the clerk then, you'll be receiving after the vote on this, whether it's a positive vote or not. Oh, by the way, welcome back. You'll be receiving, based on the positive vote on this, in the affirmative, if you would call it, there would be written submissions regarding this?
Assuming that it was a affirmative vote, staff would therefore move with the public input process, meaning it would be mailed out to as per the zoning bylaw, we use the same area. So,
Okay. Thank you very, and the reason why I'm bringing that up, Mr. Mayor, there's a lot of comments made about supporting. We shouldn't support anything until there's been public input, a public hearing, we've listened to submission, and then we as a council make the decision. So regardless of what council says right now, other than if it votes in the affirmative, we as elected body should listen to either a public hearing or public submissions and then make a decision at third. So I myself believe this should not be moving forward at this point in time, but I will proceed with whatever decision made by this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Long, or say Councillor. Yeah, you haven't spoken yet. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Long.
That is nice music to hear. That is exactly what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to have an open mind, but as the mayor had said, you have to advance it along the way. So certainly you, in approving first and second, you're really just moving it along the process. And as Councillor Ferguson has rightly pointed out, the decision won't be made until it receives, if it receives, third reading. But I just wanted to also put in here, because Councillor Ferguson brought up public hearing, that please maybe through you to staff, Your Worship, clarify, we could still have an in-person public hearing on any application if council so chose. Not that I'm suggesting it at this particular moment, but I just want to be clear that anytime we wanted to have a public hearing, we have now relaxed laws and policies. So is that true or not? Thanks, Your Worship.
that is correct. We could, upon council's direction, we could have a public hearing for it.
Okay, so that's an option for some council to think of. Thank you, Your
Thank
Worship.
you. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah. The whole cannabis question, I guess, in our community, we have people who grow cannabis. We have allowed for processing of cannabis. We've allowed for now a couple retail. So this is, to me, it's a business. The last time we went through this, we had, approximately 19 to 21. I went to each and every single location to make sure that, what I was looking at was the same as, what I could see for myself. So, and I recall if there was one right beside the Ricky's, it was in an old soccer shop, and it was a great location. The person that was, had been hanging on to that lease for, a few months, probably spent $100,000. And you know what, if people were so wanting, caring about, the process and giving that person an opportunity, why didn't you just vote for it then? It was the only one. But, most of council said no. Well, that shop is now a vape shop. So, you can, there's vape shops everywhere. I mean, at least with cannabis, there's some regulation, and there's actually people, you can't take your kids into a cannabis shop. So while I don't smoke cannabis, I don't use it, there are a lot of people in our community who do use it for medicinal purposes. And they have to actually go to the black market. They have to go find a way to get this. So why can't we give people an opportunity? Maybe it's not for you, but we're just having a look at this. And if we do get lots of people that don't want this in this location, it's a very similar location to the one where we now have a vape shop. So, sorry, those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that if there are people in our community that require cannabis for medicinal purposes, they can go to the location in Carvault, or they can go to the location in Aldergrove. Thank you.
Thank you. What do we got? Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, just to make sure I understood correctly, is there the opportunity to make an amendment that would require a public hearing as opposed to a written submission opportunity? If there is, I would make that motion, or I'd make that amendment, sorry.
Okay, you wish to make the amendment to have this as a in-person public hearing?
I'd make that amendment,
Okay, is there a
yes.
seconder? Council Arneson seconds it. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor and opposed? Councilor Long opposed, carries. So back to main motion as amended. All those in favor and opposed? Councilor Arneson, Councilor Ferguson, Councilor Woodward, Councilor Richter opposed, it carries. Thank you. Move on to, where are we now? I'm losing track. If that was F2. Or to bylaws for first, second, and third reading. And G1 is sanitary sewer local area service of. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson declares a conflict of interest. We'll just wait for him to leave the room. Okay, so back to G1 is sanitary service local area service. Bylaw 5768. Could I have a motion, please? Councilor Long moves it. Seconder? Have a second. Councilor Davis seconds it. No discussion. I'll call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Arneson, Councilor Woodward opposed. Councilor Davis opposed. It carries. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I was not opposed to that.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so opposed is Councilor Arneson. Is that the only one? Okay. Nobody else? Okay, good. We're good. We'll move on. Can you ask Councilor Ferguson to re-enter the chamber? All right, move on to G2, 2022 Development Cost Charges Bylaw Amendment, Bylaw 5770. Could I have a motion, please? Councilor Whitmarsh moves it. Is there a seconder? Second, Councilor Ferguson. Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is this really necessary right now? I mean, given all our other DCC priorities, why are we spending money on this? I don't understand it and I don't agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question on
But
G2.
could I get an answer to it, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were, it was
Yeah.
a rhetorical
Why-
question. I
Yeah,
apologize.
why is this necessary?
Mr. Backen, can you please, or Mr. Seffi?
Your Worship, the project, if I can call it that, the project being the interchange at 232nd Street, does include components that, unless there's a municipal contribution, would not get done. So I guess that is the underlying or fundamental, if you will, aspect of why this is in front of council.
Thank you. Councilor Arneson?
I had a similar concern to Councillor Richter, because when I was reading this and I thought, I know that there's embedded in these reports some kind of elements of, that this is necessary to do, but I don't see how it compares with some of the other projects that we need to do. And I do remain concerned that some of the components are problematic in that if we are adjusting our DCC program, to sort of suit other interests, if I was asked, or if we had some kind of workshop and we were saying, as a result of comparing these projects to each other, which would you prefer to do? And I know engineering does that, and I know this has been on the books, but I have lots of questions about why this would be prioritized in the way that it is relative to other projects. So actually, I'm not going to support it.
Thank you. Councilor Richter, your hand is up to give further.
Yeah, well, Councillor Arneson, I think, has an excellent idea about referring it for discussion. So I would make that motion that we refer it to CPC for discussion, because I'm not convinced this is a priority expenditure for us right now either.
Is there a seconder? Councilor Arneson seconds it. Councilor Richter, do you wish to speak to the referral?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've said what I wanted to say. I don't get why this is a priority for our DCC funds right now.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment. This is something that's come back to council. It was approved as part of the highway widening project that I know we've all been, or at least I've been, I shouldn't say we all, I can't speak for everyone. I've certainly been looking forward to seeing some improvements on Highway 1 and working with other municipalities that are along that corridor. And this was approved some time ago by council. However, the province, the Ministry of Municipalities came back and said that the method of applying DCCs, as we did on 200th and 216th, they interpreted it to be different than what it was. So this is a way that we can do it, and it was because the ministry stated unless we owned the asset that we could not apply DCCs to it. I think staff have been working with the province and came up with a solution, and that is that the township will now own the percentage of assets that the township is applying funds to. So it's a workaround to something that's been approved, and actually this project is now going ahead. As you drive down Highway 1, you can see the construction work that's in place. This project will be going ahead, and I would hesitate to defeat this now. However, that's up to council, and I'm not going to support a referral. I think we have to make a decision. Basically, it's really reiterating the decision we made before, and staff have found a way to work it through with the province. Mr. Backen.
Your worship, no, thank you. The hour's late, so it's understandable that we would be forgetting the history. And I just wanted to touch upon that and somewhat the concerns about timing, because I think we're getting to the point where the ministry is looking for our advice in terms of some of the infrastructure that we seek to include. And to elaborate, this used to be part of our DCC program. As you may recall, we had some challenges with the ministry in terms of what they thought was appropriate to include or not include in the DCC program. And effectively, that led to the conclusion that it wasn't appropriate for municipalities to share in provincial infrastructure, even though there may be a component of that infrastructure that services local municipalities without an ownership interest. So when we updated our DCC bylaw, we had to actually reflect that ruling and take out the provincial projects that we may have had a community interest in, but not something that we had an ownership interest in or didn't have an ownership interest in. So that led us to the process you described in terms of what this project that was, I guess, provided some funding several years ago by both the federal government and the province, that is now, as you're saying, moving its way through the system and is getting close to starting on a fairly large scale. That meant for us then, when it came out of the system, we had, out of the DCC program, out of that system, we had no way to actually fund it without actually going to the general population, the general public, general revenue to fund it. So through those discussions that we've had with the ministry, both ministries of highways and municipal affairs, has come to the conclusion that if we own a percentage of the overpass, of the infrastructure itself, reflective of our use, that would make it eligible for the DCC program. So here it is back before you then, because of the fact that it had been previously a priority of previous councils, and it was something that continues to be in terms of the whole corridor unto itself. What it means for us, though, is there are several components to the interchange that would not be included but for municipal contribution. And those things are such things as sidewalks, greenways, bicycle paths, and other things, Mr. Seffi. What else? There's some components that we'd be seeking.
Yes, I think you've outlined them. We generally refer to them as multi-use pathways. In particular, are the ones that had it not been for the municipal contribution, or is it, if it wasn't for the municipal contribution, would not get constructed on the interchange or on the Glover Road overpass portion.
And Mr. Seffi, I think that's the point that's probably most challenging is this has gone on for several years. I think it's gone on for 5, 6, or 7 years since it's originated. And the province is now, I think, in the detailed design phase. So I guess my question would come back to you in terms of the timing. When are they looking for a response from us on this? Because if our priorities have changed, which they're certainly able to do so, I think they'd like to get on with designing the project without those enhancements. But can you give us any sense of timing? Do we have time for this, given where the province is at?
Well, they would like the answer as quickly as possible. They are currently in the detailed design stage. As council may be aware, the design process goes through different iterations, typically referred to as 25%, 50%, 75%. They are currently working at the 75% completion stage. So the response of the municipality is actually critical at this point to make sure that the project continues. And I guess, it could be discussed further, but I fear that it will have ramifications that it will not be possible to accommodate our needs, such as the installation of multi-use pathways.
Thank you. All right, Councilor Davis.
Yes, thank you. I think Mr. Backerman, Raman, Mr. Steffi, Raman have made it. My whole question would be if I drove through there this morning at 232nd and they're moving earth and they're firing at it. I would wonder if we were to stick it to CPP, I don't think I'm going to support it because it's there, it's happening, and we need to get on it, and they're going to do it anyhow. Over. I'm just worried. It's a timing issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arneson.
Well, thank you, Worship. Irrespective of what we could learn about more details and whether or not they've got the bulldozers already there on site, for me, we can talk in the history of, what we want to do and the impetus for this, and now the province is ready and we need to move forward. I find that this is a gross gloss over the fact that some of us really are very concerned about the fact that irrespective of how we want goods and services to move, that in fact, what we're doing is creating a freeway to encourage people in single occupancy vehicles to go into the hinterlands in the eastern area of the Fraser Valley. And I'm sure there'll be lots of people that would say, well, we need this in the township of Langley. There's other interests that we have. We've got safety, we've got paths, we've got bicycles, we've got all these things. But I would just encourage council to consider that we have made a commitment to climate change in the community. And this was subsequent to making these kind of considerations. I think the provincial government, as a partnering body, has to have a larger awareness that there is some sensibility of the fact that these are for some competing interests. And I don't see any merit currently whatsoever in just saying yes to what their proposition is. Where's our leverage for anything else to happen? And if people feel content, well, we've made the design and this is where we're going, etc. But I'm not getting on board with that because I don't think it's an appropriate approach, especially now as we know that transportation is one of the key goals that we have in terms of limiting climate change and our greenhouse gases. So I'll just vote no.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the referral. All those in favor? Yes. And opposed? So Councillor Davis, Mayor Froese, Councillor Coons, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Long, Councillor Woodward opposed. The main motion, we'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Arneson.
Opposed.
Opposed. Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. Thank you. And we move to H, bylaws for consideration at third reading. H1 is rezoning application number 100669. Development permit application number 100866, bylaw number 5750. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Long. Councillor Davis, your hand was still up from before. Is that for this one? Okay, Councillor.
No, it wasn't. I'll take it down.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the access on 224th Street to get into this development. If that access is too close to Fraser Highway, and if a light will be going in at 224th and Fraser Highway in order to accommodate this.
Mr. Seffi.
Your Worship, the access has been designed to ensure that there's no conflict. Restrictions will be there for movements onto and from Fraser Highway to be limited to right in, right out. And there won't be a need for signalization at this point, not that one's been anticipated so far, nor planned for. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, just a note. I drove by today in the development that the green sign has fallen down, so they better put it back up.
Okay, Mr. Seffi will have staff on that tomorrow. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the question on H1. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Richter. Moved around. Councillor Arneson and Councillor Woodward, were you in favor? Your hand went up late. In favor? Okay. Councillor
Yes.
Richter.
Yes, in favor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Richter and Councillor Arneson opposed. It carries. Thank you. H2, official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100152 and development permit applications number 100931. This is bylaw 5739, bylaw 5740, bylaw 5754. Could I have a motion, please?
We'll move.
Councillor Arneson moves it. Councillor Ferguson, do you second it? Is that your? Oh, it's Davis. Councillor Davis seconded it.
Davis.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richter.
Sorry, I forgot to take it down after the last one.
Okay, no problem. All right, I'll call the question on H2. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. Thank you. And move on to bylaws for final adoption. And there's a few of them here. I1, General Local Government Election Bylaw 2010, number 4844 Amendment, Bylaw 5766. Could I have a motion, please?
We'll move.
Councillor Davis. moves it. Second by Councillor Ferguson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Sorry, I'm opposed.
Oh, Councillor Arneson opposed. Okay, and Councillor Davis, were you opposed?
No, I was in favor.
Yeah, I think it's happening. Some of these feeds are coming a little bit slow on them, and it's not you. It's the Wi-Fi or something. Okay, I2, Council Procedure Bylaw 5199 Amendment, Bylaw 5765. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Kuntz moves it.
Long, second.
Councillor Long seconds. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I appreciate the work that staff have put into this procedure bylaw, but I'm very concerned about removing 2/3 majority vote in order to censure another member of council. I think that should still stay in, and I think it's within our rights to have that in there. So I'm not going to support these amendments based on that missing component. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Arneson, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Richter opposed. Councillor Davis?
Davis opposed. Davis opposed.
Yeah. So it's, yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Davis opposed. So that means it fails. This is a fourth reading now. Oh, okay. I'm just going to check with Mr. Backen, because this is our own procedural bylaw. I wonder where we are right now with
Regulatory, therefore the approval of the principal rules don't apply, so council can defeat it at this point.
Yes.
And we just revert to the bylaw prior to it.
Oh, okay. However, my concern is there was, and Councillor Richter did raise that issue, under provincial legislation, our bylaw is not consistent with provincial legislation in one or two aspects. So if that was to come up, I would just have to rule on it based on provincial, because our procedural bylaw cannot supersede provincial legislation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It
There's
just-
a discrepancy between our bylaw and the provincial legislation, as we obtained advice on. That creates an inconsistency. If that should actually arise,
Then-
we'd have to determine what the appropriate course of action was, whether it's in order or whether there's a liability or vulnerability.
Okay, so then that would just be on, and then I would, as chair, would have to make that ruling, and council would be able to debate that. Okay. All right. Well, this is, Council Long?
Yeah, well, this is a bit of an anomaly, all right. I mean, so there were some objections to one portion, but there's a whole pile of amendments in this
So
policy.
what I'll do, just because we've completed with this, I want to confer with staff, and I do have the opportunity to bring this back, and perhaps I can bring it back, and then we can do some amendments to make it, to get some of the parts that are favorable, we can work this through. So I'm going to take some time on this and discuss it with staff between now and the next meeting, just to see what our options are.
Good idea, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Council Prayer.
So we'll move on to I3, and two parts. The rezoning application number 100565. So first will be the bylaw 5517. Can I have a motion on the bylaw? Councillor Kunst and seconder on the bylaw.
So move.
Councillor Davis seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Davis.
Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Arneson's opposed. Councillor Richter is opposed. It carries. So on the development permit 101073. Can I have a motion, please?
Move it.
Councillor Long moves it. Councillor Whitmarsh seconds it. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. And I4, again, two parts. Bylaw, this is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100171. So we'll start with bylaw 5547 and bylaw 5548. A motion, please.
So move.
Councillor Whitmarsh moves it. Councillor Arneson seconds it. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. And nobody opposed? Okay. We're going on development permit application number 101022. Can I have a motion, please?
Move it.
Councilor Long moves it. Councilor Kuntz seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councilor Arneson opposed? It carries. Okay, we go to I-5.
Oh, sorry, I apologize, I think I was premature.
Okay, so,
I think I will say yes, because it was.
okay, so I-4, you're in favor of the development permit. Okay, we'll make that correction. Thank you. We got it. I-5 is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100178. I'll start with bylaws 5642 and 5643. Could I have a motion, please? Okay.
So moved.
Councilor Long moves it, second by Councilor Davis. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Arneson opposed? It carries. The development permit, application number 101157. Could I have a motion, please?
So
Councilor
moved.
Long moves it, Councilor Davis seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Arneson opposed? It carries. By 5. Wow, that takes us through to correspondence. There are 4 items of correspondence.
Move receipt.
Councilor Long moves receipt. Is there a seconder? Councilor Kuntz seconds it. Councilor Woodward on receipt? No, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. There is a request under number 2 that we send a letter of support to the farmers market. And so if any member of council wishes to make that motion. Councilor Woodward?
Yeah, I have an item on J3, but I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so it's moved, item number 2,
I'll second
correspondence. Moved by Councilor Woodward, second by Councilor Long. I'll just call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It carries. Councilor Woodward on the number 3.
Yeah, number 3, I appreciate the memo. I think that it was starting to get some good numbers, but I was wondering if I could please have a version of that memo specific to the township and not have the 2 sets of numbers lumped together.
Certainly, I think, Mr. Backen, you can have that happen. Yeah, thank
You
you.
don't need a motion for
No.
that. You can just have that. Okay.
Just direction. He can make that happen. He has the power. Councilor Ferguson.
Langley Seniors, I wonder if that could be either referred back to staff to, just to consider and understand the implications of it.
Certainly move that referral. And is there a seconder? Councilor Kuhn seconds it. I'll just call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Kuntz, did you have something? No, actually. Okay, that was it. Okay. All right. That takes us through to minutes of committees. I'll start with K1, this Agriculture Advisory Economic Enhancement Committee of January 28th, Heritage Advisory Committee of February 2nd, Recreation, Culture and Parks Advisory Committee of February 9th. Can I have a motion on K1?
So moved.
Second by Councilor Davis. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Number 2 is Agriculture Advisory Economic Enhancement Committee recommended motion that would approve their work plan for 2022. Moved by Councilor Whitmarsh. Seconder, Councilor Davis.
Moved.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries unanimously. Heritage Advisory Committee recommended motion is their 2022 work plans presented in attachment A. Moved by Councilor Kuntz. Second by Councilor Arneson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Recreation, Culture, Parks, and this is a motion, whereas the Recreation, Culture, and Parks Advisory Committee terms of reference, section 9 indicates the committee may support the work of other interest groups by appointing a liaison to ensure timely two-way communication. Now, therefore, be resolved that Recreation put somebody to RC PAC, representative from RC PAC, to any future process or consideration of aquatic facilities for Fort Langley. Is there a mover on that?
I'll move.
Councillor Richter moves it. Seconder?
I'll second it for
Second.
discussion.
Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Woodward? Oh, there we go. Oh, Councillor Woodward, did you? Okay, Mr. Hand. Councillor
No.
Arneson. Oh, that's from before. Councillor Arneson?
Can I speak to this? I
Yes.
just had a question through your worship to staff.
Yes.
I wondered if staff could please advise, I'm not that familiar with this particular approach of creating a committee from representation of an individual there. Can staff please give us a short synopsis of what that would look like? Is that like a voting member? Is this an embedded person? Is this somebody that just participates in the meetings and as, out of interest? Because I guess my feeling is, do we have a historic pattern of how these kinds of representations can go forward? Thank you.
Mr. Backen? Councillor Arneson? Councillor Arneson? Councillor Woodward?
Mr. Backen?
Mr. Backen? Councillor Arneson? Councillor Woodward? Mr. Backen? Councillor Arneson? Councillor Woodward? Mr. Backen?
Thank you.
Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Your Worship. As we interpret it, the recommendation would be that if there was to be some sort of advisory group, such as a task force, then this particular entity, one of our committees, would like to request appointment to that task force. So I look at this as being more of an advisement, that if that decision is made, that they would like to be part of that. But at this point, there's no decision has been made by council about going down that path. It's simply effectively a placeholder to give them their perspective if council decides to entertain such an approach.
Thank you. That answers the primary question. So it's a condition subsequent that we'd be looking at, that council will have to give direction that they in fact want to have a task force, which would then trigger this question. Is that correct?
Consideration of this motion. So it would be that be resolved that it would really be subject to, you say a condition would be there that if it went down this path, council would have to reconsider or consider that suggestion.
Okay.
And it's just a bit early. So.
Thank you for the clarification.
You, Councilor Whitmarsh?
Thanks, Your Worship. I was seeking clarification on as well. I guess the current process, and of course council can decide on a different process, but the current process is that council makes this decision. So when I read this, it says any future process, which could indicate that we're asking for a member of RCPAC to join council in making a decision on this. So it doesn't seem to say a future process approved by council. It just says any future process. Well, the current process and consideration of aquatic facilities in Fort Langley is done by the council. So this is a confusing motion for me to understand. Unless the intention is that they want RCPAC person to join council in making the decision and make a 10th person as part of the decision on it. If that's what they're asking, then I don't think I could support that, but maybe that's not what the motion's intended to mean.
Thank you. Councilor Ferguson?
Thank you. Perhaps we can get 2 or 3 answers at the same time. I know that Councillor Whitmarsh had asked something about the process, and I am asking something regarding the motion and how it was worded. So is anybody from the Park and Rec meeting that were there that evening can comment? Obviously, the motion had to be put before the clerk at the meeting or the person taking minutes, and then after that, it had to be voted on. Is that not correct if I may, through the chair, to whoever our representative is on the Park and RCP committee? I'm looking for a little bit of help here. Thank you.
Councilor Richter.
Couple of questions.
Yeah,
anyway.
Councilor Richter is, I believe, the co-chair, so perhaps.
No, I'm not actually. Right now, it's Councilor Woodward, but I was in attendance at that meeting, and my understanding was that there's a very strong interest and desire on the part of the committee to have input into any new pool or pool plans. Particularly for the Fort Langley area. So they wanted to make sure that their voices could be included in whatever process that council ends up deciding on in terms of moving forward. There certainly was no intent, as I recall, that whoever from the committee would have a participatory role in the input process would be a member of council. And so we're not adding a 10th person to council. It's just making sure that this committee has a voice.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add to that.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this has gone on a bit long, so I'm gonna declare a conflict on this to be on the safe side. I almost have the conflict resolved, but there's still a few more items to cover.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll put you in conflict world.
Back to my question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
You think if I may, through the chair to the clerk, you think that there was a wording problem in
maybe I can shed some light. When we have to look at the motion as it stands on its own. And so if we were to go to a dark hole and we forgot what happened, what the discussion was, the motion is the motion. And it says here on I think it's a little bit vague. I certainly if there was a committee struck and the Recreation, Culture, Parks Advisory Committee wanted to have someone on that, and they made that recommendation in specific, council could then debate that. This is kind of vague, and it opens up to a lot of questions as we're seeing. So, Mr. Backen maybe can help shed some light on it. This motion, as it stands, says any future process, so it could be a staff meeting. So I think I'd sooner see this turned down now, and then we come back when there's something specific. Mr. Backen?
Your worship, if I could just comment, there's I understand the confusion in this because it's the wording of the motion itself. I think what's clear is that if there is some process, they'd like to be a part of it. That's the general intent. The actual motion, though, the debatable part from a legislative service perspective, is this a motion of council or a motion of committee? And it's quite ambiguous. I think upon hindsight, though, it's really a motion of the committee, that the requested motion is that the RCP Advisory Committee requests that council do something, and that's it. It's simply a request that council do something. The rest is a bit superfluous at this point. I think it's in order for council to simply receive it, and that way they've recognized it, and then if there is a subsequent process, council can then consider that request. But no positive action need to be taken because this isn't intended to be a motion of council.
Thank you. That helps clarify. So I think a motion to receive it would be, and we don't lose it. I think the intent is good. I think most of council does understand that. It's just we need it. So, Ms. Bauer, I've already accepted a motion. Can I, what do I do? Just rule it out of order to say receipt?
Change it to receipt?
And unless council has any issues, I can.
I believe we could maybe amend it to be receipt only.
Okay, so I'll make the amendment to make this motion receive only. So that ends second by Councilor
I'll
Wong.
second that.
So just a show of hands on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now on the main motion as amended, Councilor Whitmarsh.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm opposed to receipt only.
Okay, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we haven't gone to receipt only, it's just the amendment. So you've opposed the amendment, so Councilor Richter and Councilor Davis opposed the amendment? Councilor Richter opposed the amendment? Okay. The hands keep, it's your Wi-Fi is delayed. So just Councilor Richter, okay. Councilor, who's on next? We're all good?
We're good.
Okay, the motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? To receive, yeah.
Receipt only.
Okay, Councilor Whitmarsh, Ferguson, Kunst, and Richter opposed. It carries. Oh no, it's
We're not opposed.
defeated.
We're not opposed.
Okay. Okay, start. All those in
Receipt
favor?
only.
I'm getting tired.
Receipt only.
I think I need a break. Okay, and opposed? Councilor Richter. It carries. Okay, thanks. I think I must be getting tired. Okay, number 5. We'll get Councilor Woodward back in. Okay, back. K5 is Recreation Culture Parks, the work program for 2022. Could I have a motion, please? Councilor Arneson, second by Councilor Kunst. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, move to the mayor's report. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. It's with great sadness that I acknowledge that our longtime colleague, City of White Rock Councillor Helen Fathers, has passed away. Helen was a valued colleague and friend and will be remembered for her tireless championing of community and environmental causes, as well as her love of the arts, music, theater, and gardening. Those who had the pleasure of working closely with her will remember her warmth, dry British sense of humor, and her willingness to share her wisdom and experience, as honed over many years of public service. I offer my sincere condolences to her family in White Rock, and I know on behalf of our council, to her family in White Rock in England, and all of her loved ones. I also offer my heartfelt sympathies to her fellow councillors in White Rock, friends, colleagues, and the community. And for council's information, I did send a letter on behalf of council to the City of White Rock Mayor and Council expressing our condolences, and flowers were sent. So tragic. She sat on my zero waste committee at Metro and just had no idea. So really going to miss her. On February the 18th, Councillor Richter attended a virtual conversation hosted by Metro Vancouver with renowned climate scientist Professor David Holland to discuss actions to mitigate climate change. Also, on February the 18th, Councillor Ferguson participated in a meeting organized by Fraser Health regarding updates on the response to the COVID-19 pandemic and to discuss areas where we can work collectively to respond to the crisis. Councillors Arneson, Ferguson, Kunst, and Long attended a virtual meeting hosted by the Shared Waters Alliance and organized by the Fraser Basin Council on February the 24th. The meeting brought local and First Nations governments together to better understand each other's perspectives, enhance working relationships, discuss water quality challenges faced in the Boundary Bay and the watersheds that drain into it, and explore collaborative and creative solutions that could help further collective action on the shared commitments to address those challenges. So that is my report. Councillor Richter, if you'd like to add, see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to report back to council on the results of last Friday's Metro board meeting, and that the South Campbell Heights application for removal for change of the OCP boundary passed by weighted vote 69 to 65. That was a very, very tight vote. If just one person with 3 votes had voted no instead of yes, the decision would have failed 66 to 68. I just wanted to let council know that I voted in opposition to it. I continue to be opposed to it. I am very concerned about the future of the Brookswood Aquifer down there.
Thank you. Yeah, remember that was what was it, 5 hours, Councillor Richter, with delegations and debates and referrals, but it was certainly well debated, and it was a close vote. So I think Langley came out neutral. I voted in favor, and so we can't. No, we didn't cancel each other out. Each one has the right to vote, and those
Yeah,
those votes
and
are
Mr.
important.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I just want to add in, I'm glad we are unfettered in our votes. It's my understanding that some of the other councils did fetter their votes, and I don't think that's right.
I totally agree. We each are entitled to make our decisions based on the information that we see, and that's the way it should be. And I do appreciate your debate on this, and I respect it. It was, like you say, very close, 50-50, and almost that much. And even though it's weighted votes, it's almost that in people too. I was doing a little bit of keeping track, and
it was 19 in favor to 21 opposed,
so very
but the
close.
19 carried 69 votes.
Yeah, it's very close in that. Okay, Councillor Ferguson.
It's a question to you or Councillor Richter. What are the next steps with that? Do they still have to go through a process, either public hearing or revoting, or not revoting, or a process Surrey would have to go through applications, if I may?
Yeah. So what happened was it was a request to extend the urban containment boundary. It was a special study area that Surrey had in their official community plan. So now that it's gone past Metro Vancouver, it now falls back to Surrey, and as it's now part of the designated industrial areas of Surrey. So now it goes back to their processes. Their proponents have to go forward, and they do their, readings and public hearings and everything else, development permits.
Yeah, so Surrey will still have to go through the
That's right.
regular development process.
This is just
Procedural,
a designation in their official community plan and in the regional context statement. So it has to go to Metro Vancouver for approval because of the process. So
I have a quick report, but Councillor Richter's got her hand up.
Okay, Councillor Richter, did you have something?
Yeah, and I just wanted to add into that. I think it's going to be imperative going forward, as the process is now 100% in Surrey's jurisdiction, that our staff remain vigilant around setbacks and also aquifer protections. Because having gone through the process that we went through with Surrey earlier this year concerning the development at 36th Avenue and 196th Street, I'm worried about each of these individual applications getting relaxed setbacks and so on that could potentially further damage the Brookswood Aquifer. Thank you. And the other thing is, they've now extended this down to 8th Avenue. It's not ending at 16th. It's going all the way down to 8th.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Ferguson, your report?
Oh, yes, I just want, again, I was at the Indigenous Committee of the Metro Vancouver, and we had the chief negotiator and commissioner for the BC Treaty Foundation, Celeste Haldane, which I have a lot of respect for, and I work with a number of her commissioners on treaty table. I'm very impressed with the fact that she's really working hard with the UNDRIP and working with the province regarding Indigenous relations. I told her it had been a tough year with the finding the burial sites of the Indigenous children, and she's been very, very busy, but very professional at the same time. I think it's important to note that Indigenous relations and working with the Indigenous folks for many of the projects within the region, and I'm talking about water projects, liquid waste projects, road, zoning and rezoning, is that there is a need now for both federally and provincially to be working with the Indigenous nations. We at Metro have a very good working relationship with them, and I wanted to point that out. We're always available, including the chair, Dolly Wall, has always made himself available, as well as Chief Executive Officer Jerry Dobrovoni and his staff. So I wanted to point that out. We had an excellent meeting. We're moving forward with a number of projects, and the next thing is liquid waste. We were also talking about the Iona Island, which many people were on Zoom regarding that as well, and that's proceeding accordingly. It's a huge project, and there's an awful lot of projects going within the region, as you know, Mr. Mayor, and we're watching them very, very closely, including our own in Northwest Langley. Thank you, bye.
Right,
I
thank
just
you.
said bye.
Thank you. There's one more note. The Municipal Finance Authority is going to have an in-person AGM in March. So with the relaxation of some of the regulations, we're looking forward to that. We're going to try and do our 50th anniversary, which was last year. And MFA has been around for a long time, assisting municipalities and throughout the province. So we're hopefully getting out of this COVID and getting back to what was normal before. All right, we move down to other business, and I've got Councillor Whitmarsh with notice of motion. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, so the motion's there.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
just
sorry.
before Councillor Whitmarsh gets going,
Okay.
declare conflict of
Okay,
interest.
thank you.
Please. Thanks.
So the motion is
Just,
there.
just give a second.
Oh.
I'll just wait for him to.
Is he?
Oh, it's still
He looks
there.
like he's gone.
I still see him in front of my.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that may be just the name here because of the table.
Oh,
Yeah,
now
okay,
he's gone.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So the motion's in front of you. I don't think I need to read it. I'll just move it.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Kuntz seconds it. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll make some comments. In June of 2021, we asked staff if they would continue to look into future recreation opportunities for youth, including a potential aquatic facility in Fort Langley. And so staff went ahead and has done that work. And on December 9th, we received a report from staff which outlined sort of the process that they went in meeting with youth across our community, both at the elementary and high school level, doing a very in-depth work with youth as well as other community inputs to look at what would be some of the kinds of facilities that youth would like. And it was mentioned in the report that from that report that developing those facilities that could include a number of things, but including a possible outdoor swimming pool, that the Fort Langley Community Park would be the best location for those things in Fort Langley. And so in the report, it recommends that the next step to go forward would be to put together a comprehensive plan for what the Fort Langley Community Park could look like, location of various types of facilities, whether that could be an outdoor swimming pool or whether it could be other kinds of facilities for youth, including the spray park that has already been approved by this council. And so the purpose of this motion is to ask staff to continue to move forward with the plan as was put in place by council to begin with, and that was to do a comprehensive plan for the park, looking at all the aspects, taking in the information they got from all the from the high schools and elementary schools that they did very intense work there, and to look at some opportunities of what that might look like, and adding some further consultation, including with the Kwantlen First Nation, and as well with other community members to develop that. And then, secondly, once we have a plan in place and that council is satisfied with where that plan proceeds, to then begin the work actually building the spray park. So part of the intention is to ensure that where the spray park gets situated allows us to continue to add more opportunities for youth, continue to grow the opportunities for youth and other members of our community, recreation opportunities in Fort Langley. And so not to limit ourselves, but to think about the future. And certainly, you know, one of the things we have to do as a council, we have to manage both immediate interests in our community, but we also have to think ahead 5 and 10 years. And so developing that plan for what the park could look like in consultation as well with the school board that has property adjacent to that park and right around there. How can we develop something really great and wonderful for Fort Langley? That's the purpose of it. And so I'm moving the motion, and I hope we get support to continue to move forward.
Thank you. Councilor Richter, point of order?
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. I wanted to move division.
Okay. Division. So what we could do, why don't we go through the list, and then I'll divide it, so we get, all the questions can be out. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind, and we'll go to that. Councilor Richter.
Okay, I'm just a little confused by this because I don't recall council directing staff to complete a revised park concept plan. That is in fact what's in this particular proposed motion. So based on that, I guess my first question is, I've got 3 questions here. Leaving the whereases out of this, because the whereases is essentially a review of the history, what exactly is staff's interpretation of this resolution? What exactly will staff do if this resolution is passed? And I guess Mr. Backen would be the one to answer that. My second question is, what is the cost of doing a complete revised park concept plan for the Fort Langley Community Park and Langley Fine Arts School? And my third question is, why hasn't the spray park been built? We pre-approved those funds with the understanding that that would be done almost immediately and that the spray park would be open. So my question is, why isn't it open? And when is it going to open? And is the intent of doing this revised plan to move the spray park?
Mr. Backen.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in the beginning, the interpretation of staff would be that there would be a need for a revised or current park concept plan. And then once that plan was in place, the accommodation of a spray park would be determined, or its location would be determined by the outcome of that plan. The cost of the plan, again, we're going now really by historical approaches because we haven't given any thought to it in terms of reference, would probably be in the area of about $75,000, I would think, maybe $50,000 to $75,000, relying on professionals. But that would have to be further defined by the terms of reference. And where the current spray park is at is it is in the, I think it is now completed final design and is going into the procurement phase. And the reason in terms of the timeliness of it is simply because of the COVID requirements and the construction, I guess, situation that's out there in terms of getting responses and getting things maneuvering. So this is, I think, fairly close. I guess it depends upon the procurement policy. I shouldn't presume that we would get a number of responses to it, but it would ordinarily be going, trying to be getting underway very, very early this spring if we could.
So the final design for the spray park is complete, and that spray park will go in on the old pool site, and that will be open for summer of 2022.
So I have to just be cautious. It's either at final design or very, very near, with the focus on now going towards procurement. Procurement would be dependent upon the responses and the timing of those responses. So we don't know exactly when it would be finished because it depends upon when it starts, the number of parties that bid. I think ordinarily it would be a target of late summer, but that may be a bit optimistic depending upon the procurement results. And the location is quite correct to be focused on the existing area where it's been, I guess, defined to go, which is in the area of where the pool previously was.
Okay, well, I'm confused about this because I thought we authorized this like last summer. Like, why are we only looking at pure procurement now?
Mr. Seffi, I guess I would tend to think we've done actually fairly quickly with this COVID environment. It's not that we're slow, we're actually a bit advanced as we can be with this, but you've had more experience in the construction market of late, so can you comment?
Thank you, Mr. Backen. Your Worship, Council may recall there was also direction from Council to staff to ensure that there is, I guess, consideration of a potential future outdoor pool, as well as other features that could be accommodated. I think reference was made to parkour features, and I forget now whether it was an actual direction that was explicit or implicit, but nevertheless, there was also public consultation, stakeholder group consultation staff conducted in the context of COVID, some focused, I guess, youth within a certain age group that council had identified, consultation and public engagement in a manner that would be meaningful, such that it wasn't just simply putting an ad in the paper or a website posting, but rather a bit more aggressive, if you will, in terms of going out to where the identified or the identified age group of the youth would be, and to try and solicit input from them in terms of what components they specifically wanted to see. So that was also an addition as to the timeline.
Okay, well, as I recall, we were pretty open-ended about where all these additional youth facilities should go, as well as where a future pool should go. We didn't define it specifically to the Fort Langley Community Park or the Langley Fine Arts School. I recall discussion taking place at the time around other sites, suitable sites within Fort Langley. The Marina Park might be one of them. And the other one might be, as I recall, somewhere in around the Lions, where the current Lions Club is. So I'm wondering how come this has been lasered down to this one specific location. I don't think that's right. And I think this is now a political issue, and it should be part of the next election. So I'm not going to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Thank you, Worship. Through your Worship, I guess to Mr. Backen as part of a generalized commentary on our process so far. You know, with all due respect, I'm a bit challenged by what I would consider, I'll use the word awkwardness of the way that this has gone forward. Councillor Richter has referred to the politicization. I think that this was always somewhat freighted by political decision-making around this. And I realize there might be an opportunity in the future when we're talking about this to divide the motion. I had a similar concept with respect to the spray park, because I see that it's in the budget and it doesn't expressly define here in the citing of the outdoor pool. It just says continue the detailed design for the spray park. And for the public record, I didn't vote for the spray park because I didn't want to have it on the current site. So I'm troubled by the fact that if this comes forward, unless it's divided, I have to look at this and say, does this mean, if I say yes to this, that staff will be carrying on with the direction that they are going to institute the spray park in more or less the same footprint that it was originally, irrespective of the other consideration for this revised park concept? So perhaps Mr. Backen could clarify, if that's possible, what the parameters are of this decision-making. Are we going to go ahead with the spray park where it was, or is there still consideration that the money could be maintained and earmarked for the potential to put the spray park elsewhere? Thank you.
Your Worship, I think the answer is yes. Where we're at this point is we are proceeding with the direction of council as to the implementation of the spray park. As you may recall, and this is just a loose history, there was the request for some sort of amenities in that area. It was resolved to be a spray park. After that, there was some concerns raised about, well, whether or not there was sufficient consideration of that being made. So you then come to the fact that there was a public consultation process entered into, but the underlying direction to have the spray park proceed was still in place, and staff have tried to, as Mr. Seffi pointed out, tried to balance advancing that in light of COVID, but also in light of the public consultation to make sure that it was authentic in terms of that there was options still available. At this point, however, as we've referenced in the budget process, we're now at a position where there is the ability to proceed with the spray park, and is there an ability then to change direction and go somewhere else with it, either location-wise or structure-wise? And I guess the answer is yes, it's subject to the will of council. And I think that the process we're undertaking with discussion of this motion will likely start to enlighten in terms of what those options are and what those directions are of council, because we're getting a broad range of discussion, and it's going to be necessary through this process to make sure we refine it so we can get on with whatever direction it is that the council will is to see done.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. You know, I look at this motion and the mover talked about December 9th report. You know, the fine arts, having Quantin participate. We've done a fair bit of info, but I am like, I know the area. I've been down there many times, but I actually was there the other day, a week or so ago, and I'm looking at just to be kind of specific here, like this parking. Who owns the parking? Is the parking lot there? Is that part of the graveyard? The space, are the trees too close? Oh, can you not hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, your Wi-Fi is pretty broken. So we did get the questions on the parking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Yeah, you're clear. But it's really
okay.
Yeah. If you turn your if you turn your video
then
off,
maybe what I'll do is I'll go right to.
Yeah. Turn your video off, and then sometimes that helps with the Wi-Fi connection. Your audio will come stronger.
You just don't want to look at my ugly
well, that's finally gotten a reason.
Okay. Okay. Can I guess because I'm at my Wi-Fi is, could I put an amendment to say widen the scope so that because if we do put the water park in one spot, are we limiting ourselves to a future pool spot? You know, we're so close to the trees. I know we could tear, it's been mentioned, we could tear the house down, but are we pigeonholing ourselves in what, like I like the idea. I think I've gotten over the fact that I didn't like the idea about how the pool got torn down and we just went right into it, but I'm over that. Let's do something like Councillor Whitmore said, something really nice for Fort Langley. So I don't want the study down in that one corner. It's the low corner of that whole facility. And would that be a friendly amendment, or is that something maybe the mover might think, well, maybe we could do that? But I'm not talking about taking it out of Fort Langley, because we start to go past the ALR land, the donut of Fort Langley, but it had mentioned a couple, Councilor Richter mentioned a couple spots. So is widening the scope in Fort Langley, I just don't want them to boil down in one spot.
Yeah, I don't think this does. I mean, yes, the Fort Langley Community Park, it says in the second part, is the spray park is there, but the first part, I don't believe it binds anyone to a specific location other than Fort Langley. Is that, Mr. Backen, am I interpreting that correctly? I think what Councillor Davis is looking for is that we're not bound to one specific location, and I believe the first part doesn't. It talks about Fort Langley Community Park, Langley Fine Arts for that. Okay, yeah. Just wonder.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order on that.
Sure, I'm just trying to get some clarification. Yeah.
My point of order is, what was the actual wording of the motion that was passed by council relative to authorizing the spray park? Because I believe the spray park was authorized to go where the old pool is. And I think we need to get the wording of that motion, or that motion that was passed, that was the authorization, in front of us.
Yeah. Ms. Bauer?
Your worship, I've just pulled up the motion, and it looks as though the motion did include option 4. So option 4, if I remember correctly, in the report specified the location.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good. Maybe I'll just leave my video off, and then I can. Okay.
Helps the audio.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll get some. Okay, we're gonna go down the list here. Councillor Ferguson. And then I know Whitmarsh is on there also.
The first thing
at
I
the
want to
end.
do is just, I wanted to speak on something else, but I wanted to move the division first.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, well,
Speak
then
on
I'll
either
speak.
one.
Okay,
Yep,
good.
I have no
Okay,
problem.
I'll speak. My question now is, since I'll move division later on, my question is, we have a plan to, right now, and design to build a spray park. If I may, through the chair, I guess, who's the engineer in the room? Maybe the first engineer in the room. There's a couple of engineers in the room. But Mr. Safey, that's correct, that we have a plan, have a detailed design for the spray? Has that been done, or is that in the process?
Mr. Sevi?
It's in the process.
Okay, so here's when I'm gonna make a statement here, you're gonna really have a hard time. I'm not an engineer, so put your PNs on, Roland, and all you guys. Okay, I don't think that once the engineers get a hold of this, that you're gonna be able to build a spray park at that location here. And I'll ask Mr. Safey again, where is the water gonna go?
I take it you mean the water from the spray park?
Yeah.
Sanitary sewer system.
Okay, so what you're gonna do, if I may through the chair, you're gonna have some complications right off the bat. Here we have, climate change, we have people asking the question, the direction of water, and you're close to a cemetery, and all sorts of other engineering questions. The same type of engineering questions we get, and although I'm on liquid waste, we are also on drainage for the region, is where does the water go? And we get that question on an ongoing basis. I think that you're going to have a challenge, if I may through the chair, Mr. Safey, you may indeed have some challenges once you turn on the tap to open water going close to a cemetery, if I may.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I think, Councillor Ferguson, that would be an engineering design, but I don't think we put staff on the spot right now, because you're supposing there may be and there may be, and that's something that they would find out in their design
But
work.
I bet I will
Not very
provide a complimentary penny to every member of this council if that spray park gets built, because I don't think that's going to get built, no matter what. I've said it before. No matter what you guys put on this motion.
Okay,
I don't think this council is going to build a spray park at that location in Fort Langley.
We want to
So
see
guys, owe you guys all a penny.
I want to see the money up front, Councillor Ferguson. I know you. All right.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm going to put that penny towards the spray park. Councillor Long, let's keep this moving. We got a
Water
big-
goes
big
downhill,
agenda.
and that's where this conversation's going,
Okay,
I'll tell you that.
Let's get moving. We do
No,
need
so
to
seriously,
get to
okay,
the
no,
motion.
and
Yep.
I would like to be very serious here, okay?
Yeah, okay.
First of all, we have a policy when a motion is made and it's acted upon, it's very difficult and it's not appropriate to go back and try and undo it. I heard staff say that they're well underway. I remember this has already been a very touchy subject for a variety of reasons. The decision was made to proceed with the spray park. The spray park was actually given pre-authorization so that it can be in there by summer. It's going to be another scorcher potentially. People need that relief. And the council has made a decision to do it. So I don't see why, I'm sorry to say, I don't support anything that's going to interfere with that. I'm not an engineer, but I wholeheartedly trust staff that they know how to build a spray park. I'm also very happy that public consultation has been given as to what this park will look like. I believe it's going to have other features that might help some teenagers in terms of other activities, maybe even seniors, so that it can be a really nice facility for all ages. and it needs to be in my opinion, by this summer. It sounds to me that that's on track. There's some, maybe a few slow-ups because of COVID for staff to get going on it. I think that they've been given that clear direction, and this motion here, I'm sorry to say, muddies it up. And I was going to use my term, which I'll tell you one day what that means. But let's not do that, because I think we need to let staff carry on with this. And if there's going to be some planning process for a pool somewhere down the road, it's going to be a few years. So if something has to be dug up and moved a little bit, staff can also do that kind of stuff. So I don't believe that we should be at this level of detailed design, is exactly how many feet from a tree it goes and everything else. Leave that to staff. Decision's been made. In fact, Your Worship, I think it should be inappropriate for us to try and revisit a decision that was difficult to make, but was made, and staff has proceeded on. In fact, probably expended a lot of money on it. Let's move forward and get that park open by August.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Councillor Long, and I did vote for this spray park, and I saw the value of it. But I understand that it's going to probably be well into the summer before that spray park can be built. So I actually don't have a problem, kind of expanding this conversation and this the detailed design for a spray park, and also for the revised park concept plan, just to give it a little bit more time for us to think about what we really want to do there. And we heard a lot about people very upset about us not taking out the pool, that a lot of people really want to have a pool, I suppose, and so I got to be willing to sort of see that, and that's why I'm supporting this notice of motion, just to kind of give that a little bit more of a lens, and hopefully we get something really great in Fort Langley for the residents that live there. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thanks, Your Worship. This, the motion here is not suggesting that we shouldn't have a spray park. It is actually saying we will have a spray park. But we have heard from staff that we could be late into the summer, maybe even into August, in order for the spray park to get built, and that's if this motion even gets defeated. So this is about doing good planning. This is about building a spray park, but also making sure it's in the right location within the Fort Langley Community Park, so that we can do other amenities. Why would we want to build a spray park in a location that now stops us from adding other amenities in the future? That makes no sense. That's what this is about. The report that we got on December 9th said staff looked at other locations in the community. The other locations, some of them that Councillor Richter had brought up earlier, and determined that the Fort Langley Community Park, it says in the report, is the best location for these types of facilities. So that's what this motion is about. It's about taking the information from the report that was given to us by staff on December 9th, the information they got from all the school children and the high school kids that they used to help get information, and saying, look, we've got more information than we had before. We still want to do a spray park, but we also want to make sure we design the whole park area along with the school board and Kwantlen First Nation to make sure it builds something great for the future. So voting for this motion doesn't mean you're not interested in the spray park at all. It does mean that we want to look into it and do a proper design first and then move forward. That's the balance between doing something in the immediate for 4 or 5 weeks that we can get in the summer, and what we want for the future, and that's part of the council's job.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to request that the clerk please put up the actual motion that council passed, so we know what we passed. I believe it was, and I could be wrong here, but I believe it was on June 14th, item E8, but there may have been a subsequent one.
Yeah, they're just give us a minute. Just give us a minute. Ms. Bauer, are you able to read the motion?
Or share the screen?
Yeah, I don't know if we
share
can
the screen.
Share it, but
Unfortunately, I'm unable to share my screen.
Yeah, well, she can read it out to us. So.
Okay. There was a motion to receive the report, public engagement, and then the first motion read that council direct staff to proceed with converting the existing pool site to a spray park as per option 4 included in the report to council, with the funds to do so being hereby pre-approved as part of the 2022 budget. There was then a motion to refer it. That motion was defeated on a tie vote. The question was then called on the motion, and it was carried. There was then a second motion. Council directs staff to provide a report on future aquatic facilities and other options to accommodate youth in Fort Langley, and that was carried.
Okay, so the direction in the motion that was carried was quite clear. Put a spray park in where the old pool was. Okay, that's quite clear. The second part of the motion was to bring a report to council on other potential aquatic options. Did we ever get that report? Is this the one that's referred to in December of 2021?
Mr. Backen?
That's correct, Your Worship. December 9th, 2021 is the date of the memo to Mayor and Council. It's on the Fort Langley Youth Engagement Update and Next Steps.
And did council ever take a resolution about that report?
I believe that this motion is, it may, but Councillor Whitmarsh, it's in, it's in response to that memo.
Okay, so council, the only action that council authorized was to put a spray park where the old pool was.
That's correct.
That's clear. That was in June of 2021. In December of 2021, we got a memo that we did not take action on.
That's correct. So I think this motion is an attempt to respond to the memo of December 9th.
Oh, well, Mr. Mayor, I would submit that that this whole motion is out of order because it's going against the previous direction of council.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll just quickly interject. I think the first part is just taking direction to now complete the revised park plan. We got the input, so we could do that. The second one may have some discussion or may have some merits because there's action on that one already. So I do hear you. So it's just moving forward on planning, which I think is appropriate.
But council never authorized to move forward with a revised park plan.
So that was what this would be. So.
But was that in the report to council that came on the 9th or in early December?
Yeah, so that's correct. So if council was to authorize it, we'd have to vote on that. And that's what this is attempting to do.
Okay, so can the clerk please confirm that the memo that came to council in December was not acted on by council? It was just received.
It would be in the distribution. Was it on agenda or was it distribution? I think Ms. Bauer is looking it up, so if you just give us a minute. We'll get some clarification. So once we get that, we'll then go to a division motion, and then I'll go through it. Oh, don't need one. Okay, Ms. Bauer?
I've been advised that it was on the distribution list. It was not received in council.
That's right, so it's distribution.
So it was on the distribution list. It wasn't, there were no comments made in the council meeting about it. Okay, well, I think this motion is completely offside to what's been decided to date. And we should not be approving it. It's just muddying the waters, which goes back to the point I made earlier. Maybe this has now entered the realm of a political decision that needs to be made in the context of the municipal election in October. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for asking the clerk to read back the motion. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I know we've discussed this. Can we maybe get to a question? I see there's still people wanted to discuss this, but we could divide and then get to the question on each one of them. Councilor Long, did you have something new to add? Because we could get.
I wanted to ask staff something.
Okay, go ahead.
We can still divide.
Yeah, we'll get to that once. I want to call the divide and just
Well,
through them
I'm
both.
happy to allow you to call the question then, and I can speak to the division, I guess, or speak to one of the items. Does that make sense?
No, I'm going to call the question once. So if you have a question of staff right now, ask it.
Yeah, I
You
do.
get a second chance.
I do, okay,
I'm not
because
gonna go
it seems
through
like this,
another
this
round.
whole motion is based upon the thought that perhaps staff are gonna put the pool a little bit too much to the left, a little too much to the right. I mean, the motion that was made that Councilor Richter's referring to said that we're gonna put a spray park there where the pool was. Didn't say exactly whether it was 10 feet this way or 10 feet that way. It seems to me that Councilor Whitmarsh is concerned that the actual geographic location of that pool might preempt the other activities that could come out of this planning session. And I'm just wondering if staff, certainly, would they not have taken that into some consideration? Is there any fear that I, as a council, have to have that when proceeding with the spray park, which we've decided to do, is going to somehow impede the development of the Fort Langley Community Park? And I'm sorry to see the look on Mr. Backett's face.
Mr. Backer.
But, I mean, surely you guys can take that, the staff would have taken those things into consideration and put the park where it's appropriate, so that expansions
Well,
could happen or whatever.
This is where it's a bit tricky. We know where the spray park is supposed to go. We know specifically in terms of the timeline we're seeking to achieve, and the detailed design reflects that. Are you asking then, is that in context of the overall park? No, because that direction was very specific. Subsequent, there was then these other processes that talked about, it was actually the motion that engaged in another public input session, if you will, as to aquatic potentials, possibilities in the Fort Langley Park. That's been underway, and that's ended up with the December 9th communication that was in the distribution list that was received by council. It was just in the distribution list, and no formal action was taken, and nothing was occurring then other than until the motion that you now see on the agenda before you. I think you're asking then is, have we considered integration of the spray park with other features? And the answer is, well, no, because the direction was to put the spray park underway and then to come back with other potential aquatic facilities. So there may be a dive tower, but it may be in a facility completely across the park, which is the position we're taking. And I think that's what spawned the question here before council, which is that the intent of council going forward? We'll accept whatever the intent may be once we understand it, but council may have very good policy reasons for having them all together or in separate pieces, and that's something that is yet unresolved.
Okay, and I just want to finish by saying I think I trust the engineers and staff in a modern day environment where we could modify plans somewhere down the road, do some modifications to the new spray park, because it's going to be there for 2 or 3 years probably before a pool gets started, and perhaps do some modifications and add a pool to it or whatever is going to come down the line. But I still maintain that we have made a decision, like Councilor Richter says, we should move forward, and I sure hope the water will be flowing before it gets too hot.
Thank you. All right, Councilor Davis. There you go. Councilor Davis.
Okay, yes, thank you. I don't know, I've heard, and I'm not trying to be cheeky here, but I've heard Mr. Backham say the will of council. But I also think that my idea of this is to just, and I've scabbed on enough old junky buildings on this farm to know that we got to put that spray park in the right spot. We don't want to impede anything with the pool. But also, if we send this, Councillor Long is saying, well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but if they look at the motion to put this spray park in, it doesn't say in there, well, let's have a wider scope and make sure we might put something else in. Let's put it in the right spot. If they're not thinking that and they're just going by what the motion said, then they've got lots of room. They can put it anywhere, and wherever they put it will be the right spot, which may not be the right spot considering the future of the park concept. And that's what I'm concerned about. I didn't say anything there that narrows me down to a closer vote here, but I'm concerned even about splitting this up. Like, I don't know why we want to split this thing up. We got to put the possibilities of the park. So we can't just say, well, we're just going to put a spray park. Where can we put it? The possibilities of the park, we need to look at the little bit bigger picture, a little bit wider scope. Anyhow, I'm getting more and more confused about this, why we're having such a debate about it. Anyhow, I'm glad we are, because I'll get down. We'll get this figured out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Changed my mind on that. I don't want to have a, I think that Councillor Davis convinced me not to have split, but I do have some comments regarding the motion.
Go ahead.
My comments are regarding the June 14th, 2021 Fort Langley Community Park Public Engagement Update. That was what it was called. And we were asked to receive the Fort Langley Community Park Public Engagement Update, a report for information. So it was moved by Councillor Long, second by Councillor Kuntz, proceed with the converting of the existing play park with the funds being approved, I guess, to the existing pool site. That's what we're talking about, the existing pool site. So my question, I guess it's been thrown around a bit, and that's why there's some confusion here today about whether the motion's in order or not. The existing pool site, does it have a parameter that go all the way past the secondary school, all the way to what, Church Street or whatever, or does it stay within the boundaries of that envelope, if I may, through the chair?
Mr. Backen.
Your worship, I think our interpretation is that the existing pool site, or before demolition, would have been of a certain dimension, a rectangle, we'll say, a fairly large rectangle. Now, subject to some encroachment in areas for services and whatnot, it would be approximately in that area, but I don't see that as extending, say, across the forested area to another part of the park. It would be very much limited as best we could to that area, as long as it made some sense, with some modifications for the parkour elements that were thought of by some of the students that did some of the public participation, perhaps in the vicinity.
Okay, well, thank you, and I think that is clear in the motion. So I mean, I think this is somewhat, I mean, that's why I don't think, that's my one penny comes in. You know, the next one was that this be referred to staff to consult with the residents, to consult with whoever we want to for a 6-month period, so we could come up with some ideas for a pool, for extra recreation, for I guess, information for youth and activities for youth and families and seniors. And they sit down as a group from Fort Langley as residents and come up with a plan that might, you know, you ask some people, you might come up with some ideas. And they even had a petition as to where they would want to see their community move forward in recreation. That was defeated. Now, unfortunately, you know, you're not going to read about this in the news or the paper or anything like that, or even people listening. There's only, I believe, 7 members of council there. So of the 7 members of council there, 4 people defeated public consultation.
Let's talk about this motion here. We got to get moving.
Oh, well, it all kind of
ahead
comes together.
Yeah.
It all comes together. I can understand your frustration,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
I just gotta get to a
the thing
vote.
is, I'm not sure if it's even in order or not. I mean, I understand that. But the thing is, and now we come back to direct staff to report on future, and I guess they've done a bit of that, but we're back to another motion today, which I'm speaking to now, therefore be resolved recreation. Okay, that we Councillor Whitmar's motion, and we're kind of wondering, well, we should have done that then, and why are we doing it now? So that's my question. So I guess it's more of a kind of rhetorical question, but that's my point, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
So I recall that day very well. I remember that we said yes to a spray park, but we also said, yes, let's have a look at what we can do in Fort Langley in regards to aquatic. So this motion captures exactly, you know, that intent was to, you know, how can we, you know, do a really great job there. So if we have to just postpone the spray park for a bit, I you know, and anyway, so if we're going to do this, I say that we do it right and we take a little bit more time. So anyway, I'm still in support, so.
Great, thank you. We know that. Councilor Arneson, we got to move along. We got a whole another 2 agendas to go through tonight, so let's make her quick.
Well, I realize that, you know, it's difficult to get past the wording of what it actually says. It says at the first paragraph, council directed staff to proceed with converting the previous Fort Langley pool site to a spray park. Now, what we're being asked to do is somehow mentally pivot from that to say, well, we thought about it for a while and we've engaged and we've done all these different things. Now we think it might be all right to look at a broader policy, but it troubles me that we're going against the actual text of what we agreed to. And I don't know how we can do that and say, well, it's, you know, it's still okay because we had this other vision. The two things were two separate things. They're not Siamese twins. They're two separate things. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we should divide because I think there is 2 separate things. I totally agree with you, Councilor Arneson. The first one is to do with looking at park concepts, and I think that was the memo that came back. The second one is to do with the spray park to delay it. So I would move division. Is there a seconder?
I will second that, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Richter seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Councilor Kunz opposed to division. So on number 1, I'm going to call the question on the first paragraph. All those in favor? And opposed?
Davis in favor.
Okay, Councilor Richter, Councilor Ferguson opposed.
Mr. Mayor, why aren't you allowing us to speak to the first part?
I've gone through everybody twice on the whole thing. That was what I said in the beginning of this, and we divide and vote. Number 2, all those in favor?
Oh, what happened with number 1? Did it carry?
It carried, yes.
Oh, that's a shame.
2 opposed.
Total
Okay,
shame.
no, that's right. Number 2, all those in favor and opposed? Okay, Mayor Froese, Councilor Richter, Councilor Arneson, Councilor Ferguson, Councilor Long opposed. So basically that fails. So that means it.
I'm sorry, Mayor Froese, could you please repeat that?
Sure.
You were a little bit fast on us.
Okay, on the second one, those opposed. Okay, Mayor Froese, Councilor Arneson, Councilor Ferguson, Councilor Richter is opposed to number 2.
Okay.
Councilor Davis.
Okay, can I get a clarification on this one?
Okay, so number 2 is that it doesn't stop if voting for this just maybe delays the spray park. Voting against it, staff continue on with the previous direction that council has, so they would carry on. Is that correct, Mr. Backen? On number 2, if number 2 is defeated, it just means that you're carrying on with previous direction.
Your worship, just to clarify, the inherent challenge we've had from the very beginning has been that there's been the direction to build a spray park way back and then go and plan for aquatic facilities. They can be looked at as being complementary or contradictory. So as we come to this motion, we now know that the first part, to complete a revised park concept plan, has been carried. The second part, I think you're asking, is if the motion, the council directs staff to continue to the detailed design for a spray park at the Fort Langley Community Park, including if that's defeated, then do we go ahead and still build it, even though there's a motion saying not to?
No, this motion, by defeating it, wouldn't say not to, because it says that staff continue. So we're not giving direction. I mean, we can make an amendment that, if you wish, but I see this as, if this is defeated, the direction still stands. We're not saying don't build the park. We're just saying to continue with detailed design and then to be constructed once the revised park concept plans are complete. So in my estimation, we're saying we don't want to wait for the concept plans to be complete. We want this thing to go if we defeat it.
No, that's correct. Voting in favor says to continue designing the spray park.
But it's delayed. Voting in favor is delayed. So then we have to make an amendment to it.
Correct.
Okay.
I think that's the confusion. There's 2 parts to this. There is to do it immediately or do it later. So I think you've hit upon the confusion.
Okay, so it's, this is, well, it's interpretation. So to make it clear, then it should be if amendment, and if that carries, then that basically that council directs staff to continue the detailed design for spray park at Fort Langley Community Park, including preparations for construction, period.
Period.
So I'll move that we strike
That, strike out that. So that's been moved as an amendment, and then we know, then there's clear direction. Okay, it's been moved.
Okay, now what exactly are we striking out?
So we're striking out the last sentence, or last line. It says the revised park concept plans are complete and adopted by once. We're putting a period after construction.
I move that.
So Council Long moves that we take that out. So that means it would continue on. All in favor of the more consultation, but the spray park would continue. If that passes, then we know. Okay, seconder to that. To the amendment. I'll second it. because now the amendment's on the floor that removes once the revised park concept plans are complete and adopted by council. So this would still allow the spray park to continue, but it also would allow for further consultation to look at other amenities. And I think that was always my interpretation. So yeah.
So
Yeah.
is the intent of this, if it passes, that we get that spray park in place for summer 2022 on the old pool site? Is that the intent?
Then it would, yes, it would carry on with the direction that we previously gave staff, and that I can't, unless there's some delays that we have no control over, staff directed to continue on as quickly as possible.
Okay, but Mr. Mayor, I think there needs to be another amendment here. Preparation should be taken out. It just should say including construction.
Well, it's, I think preparations for construction, it's still including detailed design. Mr. Bakken, you gotta help me out here. Yeah. Okay.
Yep, sure.
Okay, so
So that comes out to,
that's an amendment to the amendment. Okay, so I'll second that, so we can move this thing along. Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Can you read it back?
So the amendment to the amendment is to take out the word including preparation. So basically for construction.
Preparations for, yeah.
Yeah, preparation for, just. All right, I'll call the question on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor?
I don't even know what I'm voting on.
Okay, well, this is so confusing.
I
This is-
honestly, if I vote for
Me
that,
neither.
then can you,
So basically, the first part's passed, so it looks like you want to have some consultation with the community. The second part is about the spray park. Do you want the spray park to be built this summer or not? And so what this does is it could delay it in its present form, so I'm giving council that opportunity to decide if they want it to go ahead. So the concern is it's not clear. So by making the amendments, it would be that council directs staff to continue the detailed design for the spray park at Fort Langley Community Park for construction. So the amendment to the amendment just takes out including preparations, so we know it's for construction. And that just carries on. Is that correct, Mr. Bakken? It carries on with.
That's correct, Your Worship. So we're just totally clear then. The intention is that the spray park process continue in the location of the former pool. That's an independent, standalone project. Meanwhile, that the park plan concept has already been approved. That process is undertaken so that there's no overlap between the spray park and the park concept.
So we can go through those amendments. If they fail, then we can go back to the main motion, or if they pass. So on the amendment to the amendment, that means taking out the words including preparations. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Kuntz, Councilor Whitmarsh, Councilor Davis opposed, so that carries. The amendment now is including preparations and then removing once the revised park concept plans are complete and adopted by council. So the amendment as amended, call the question on that. All those in favor and opposed? Councilor Arneson, Councilor Whitmarsh, Councilor Davis, Councilor Ferguson is opposed. Okay, so now we're back to the Councilor Kunst. So now we're back to the main motion. It's unamended.
Your Worship, we just have to slow down for that last amendment.
Okay.
We're hitting some.
The last amendment, as amended,
Yeah.
removed the words included preparations, and then had a period after construction, and the words once revised park concept plans are complete and adopted by council. So now we're back to that motion because the amendment to the amendment failed, or the amendment as amended failed. So we're back to this motion. So just to be clear, if this fails, then your tool's down. I thought this fails, you carry on with previous direction, but I'm wrong there. Okay. So I'm going to call the question. Well, basically, this then just delays the building of the
So Your Worship.
right.
Yeah, so Your Worship, just to slow it down a little bit because it's been a long day. The motion now, as the amendment failed.
Yes.
The motion reads as original, which is that council directs staff to continue the detailed design for the spray park at the Fort Langley Community Park, including preparations for construction, once the revised park concept plans are complete and adopted by council.
Right.
So then it would not be continuing with construction of the spray park. We'd have to pause until those plans are completed and adopted by council.
But by defeating this, if this was to fail, then that would mean that the original would carry on, wouldn't it? Because this one says that this one is hinges on the concept plans. So this is a new motion, but we're saying no. By voting against it, we're saying no.
So there's this is the confusion that's being created because we have a motion that says do something and a motion that says don't do something. And then if one is defeated, does that mean the other motion still survives?
Yeah, I would say so.
So that's, it may very well be. We'd have to actually reflect on that back historically in terms of the linkage.
Can I have a point of order?
So maybe I should ask the clerk on I don't know if it's,
I'd like a point of order.
okay, what's your point of order?
If the second part is defeated,
It doesn't exist anymore. Therefore, as the mayor has said several times, the previous direction stands. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
No
Ms.
matter
Bauer?
what the wording is.
That's my interpretation of a motion. If the
If that's the
original
chair's
motion-
interpretation, then we can just clarify that's the interpretation and proceed.
Yeah, that would be, because this is defeated, it doesn't defeat the other motion. This
Exists.
is a separate motion. This is saying to do something when this happens. We're saying, no. Okay. So I'm going to call the question again on the motion on number 2. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, so Mayor Froese, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Long, Councillor Richter opposed. It fails. So what that means then is that the original direction still stands, and that number 1, there's consultation to come up with a plan.
We have a new plan underway.
New plan, but there's going to be a spray park. I don't see this as stopping.
Okay.
Okay. That was confusing.
It sure was. So we're gonna get through the rest.
Okay, Councillor Arneson, let's see if we can whip through this one a little quicker.
Okay, speed reading.
Yeah, no, we'll get down to the motion.
Don't you have to get Eric?
Yes, we'll get a
Councillor
council.
Woodward?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Woodward can come back. He probably,
Yeah.
hopefully he's watching this.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the interest of time, I won't read the whole motion. I assume that we've all read it. And it is in 2 parts at the last 2 paragraphs. And so I just would like to move forward and move the motion.
Thank you. Seconder? Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Councillor Richter seconds it. Councillor Whitmarsh? Is that from before or is that on this?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, I'd
Yeah.
like to speak to this.
Okay, I'll see if Councillor Arneson wishes to speak first.
Oh,
because
sorry.
of your
Yeah,
motion.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Councillor Arneson.
Okay. I was hoping that it was self-evident that given the recent discussion and the interests of going forward in alignment with our Metro climate action strategies, as well as the defined lack of industrial space that we have in our Metro region, that we look at the ways in which the township can go forward and densify our industrial areas. And so the motion itself is in 2 parts. The first one is to request a presentation to get a better understanding. I think it would be most helpful if council could hear from the same individual all at the same time. Then the second one, which follows, is a corollary, so there might be some interest in having that as a divided motion to direct staff to review and analyze our industrial land inventory and bring back a report to define the regulatory and policies that exist so that we can advance more densification and intensive land use strategies.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, so I think on this, I think it's always good to get additional information, and I don't know Mr. Boston, but it sounds like it could be helpful information for us, and we do need to consider our industrial lands. So I'd be supportive certainly of Part A, and to me maybe it needs division because I would suggest Part B probably needs to be deferred.
Okay, I'll go through the list. Councillor Long?
Hand
Okay,
down.
oh, sorry.
Yep, I'm
Councillor
okay with
Richter?
I agree with Councillor Whitmarsh. We need to divide this and defer the second one until after we've had the presentation.
I'll go through the list and I'll come back. Councillor Davis?
Yes, I actually think we need to start the conversation because we do have a lack of it. And so I absolutely support the first one. And then when we get the presentation, and that's the second one, I would also support that. So we know where we stand with our so-called lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, thanks. No, I want to thank Councillor Arneson for the motion. I actually, when I first saw it, I think it's a great idea. So I'm supportive of the whole thing. Whether we want to defer the second part subject to the presentation, that also makes sense to me. But I think this is overdue to look at some of the industrial lands and way to intensify their use. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, motion to divide. Councillor Arneson moves to division, seconder. Councillor Whitmarsh, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, on the A part, I'm going to call the question on A. All those in favor and opposed, carries unanimously. And on B, who wanted to? Deferred till after the presentation? Yes. Okay, so Councillor Long moves it, second by Councillor Ferguson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We now go to Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, motion. I think everybody's read it as well as Councillor Arneson said.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Richter seconds. Any discussion? Councillor Ferguson, did you wish to speak?
I just wanted to point out that, here we are, we're going through the process of the sheets have been handed out or cards have been handed out for creating places for nature and people. So the Brookswood Fern Ridge plans are getting ready for review, and what better place for a review but at the TPAC committee, and where they have the expertise for tree canopies and other things, and one small segment of a plan that's seen important to the citizens of Brookswood Fern Ridge. I think this is a good idea, and it's not something I dreamed up myself. I've talked to folks that were involved with the plan, and we're also involved with other issues, and have a knowledge of trees and tree canopies and other things, and thought that would be a good idea as well. Plus, I've also discussed with the staff, didn't just dream this up, but I thought it was an important measure to take into place.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, for me, I don't know if this is the right use, to be honest, of TPAC. TPAC was a task force that was set aside to do two things. It was one was to review the tree protection bylaw, which it did, and we brought those things, came forward to council, and we passed a revised, strengthened bylaw. It also was there to develop and to give input, not to develop, but to give input to the community forest management strategy, which it's done. That strategy will come to council for approval. Both the community forest management strategy and the information that will be part of the new neighborhood plans. That'd be a requirement that they have to be part of that, as well as anything from the tree protection bylaw would also be part of the neighborhood plans. So in essence, TPAC has had considerable input already of information that will go into that. And it wasn't designed for that purpose. And I think just to now to come back and add terms of reference onto something that was supposed to be for approximately 1 year, I don't think is the right mechanism. So for that reason, I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I actually think TPAC is the right group to look at it, because they've spent, the last year and a half in very intensive review of our tree practices as well as the canopy. The question I would have is, are they interested and willing to take this on? Because to me, they certainly are the experts who could and should take it on. But I think we owe them the courtesy of asking if they want us to extend their mandate in order for them to take it on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, thanks. So I kind of really see the logic of this one. I mean, I've attended, about half of the TPAC sessions and was quite impressed with the depth of knowledge, the care for tree protection, and some really good ideas that came out of that committee. So I actually think it is the perfect vehicle. It's right there. It's ready to go. But I did have some concerns around the same thing Councillor Richter expressed. So I do have a referral motion to ask the committee if it wishes to take it on. So I think that would make sense to me. I think we can cover that off, and if they say no, we can reconsider it, and if they say yes, then it can carry on. And I think that their input would be quite valuable to me, to have an outside body of experts, which is somewhat different, some of the makeup of some of our other committees, make suggestions and recommendations, ideas that I might have outside of the public hearing process. I would like to see and witness that committee debate the neighborhood plans, come up with some ideas, and suggest things that perhaps other municipalities are doing. And I think the public hearing process is a little formal for some of those experts to do that and say a written submission format, or expect them to come to a public hearing. So I I really would value their review and look at that specific to an issue in which a lot of them are subject matter experts. And so to me, this is a solid suggestion. Whether it's this body of experts or another body of experts, I probably wouldn't get too hung up on. But I think the first step would indeed be to ask them. So I do have a referral motion to ask the committee if they'll take it on prior to doing it.
I'll second that referral.
I'll go through the two speakers. I'll come right back.
I have that ready to go, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Arneson?
Yeah, I have some, I understand the logic of wanting to use this group of experts. They are extraordinary individuals in their fields, and they've had a great deal of experience dealing in depth with the tasks that were put before them. Really, my primary concern is pragmatic. If we have a terms of reference and a group of people that have gone forward in a process where they've been given these tasks, I'm bothered by the fact that right at the very end of it, so the analogy I use is running a marathon, and then somebody at the finish line says, here, run another kilometer. I mean, it may be the case that, somebody says, okay, well, I'd be willing to do that. But the whole mechanism through which we have our terms of reference and a work plan, and I don't know how this in particular looks at the constituents of staff time and resources as well. It was quite extensive, the degree that we had staff on board for this. And we were almost finished meeting. We've got our draft plan in play. We haven't actually met since December, is my recollection, as a committee. And I believe the committee members believe, up until now, that there is the likelihood that once reviewing the strategy and approving of it, that will be the end of their task. And I would really be interested to ask the township, aside from maybe the propane cannon group, how long is it that we've ever had anybody, sit on a task force? Because this is going to be, by the time, a meeting comes around, and how long will it take for them to do a detailed analysis? It may be the case it takes them another 6 months to do that. And so I just think it's an extraordinary ask. But I would be interested to know if we had to change the terms of reference and how long it has been in the past that we've ever asked anybody to sit in a voluntary position of this type. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Davis?
Thank you very much. I want to, I was going to make some comments, but now I kind of like the idea of what the motion amendment is coming. We've asked these people to participate in a task force. We didn't actually ask them to do the position that they're going to. So I think we need to ask them. That's the first thing. This is the right group. Their knowledge is about the trees is, this is, there's a lot of expertise there that we could use for that. But I think we should task force. We talked about the blueberry cannon. We did the blueberry cannon task force, and then it ended. And I know Councilor Richter did pull out some things or say that, well, can we get feedback from that? But that wasn't, we didn't ask the people of the task force to do that. So I think I'd really like to support what's coming up here. If it, maybe I know my comment now, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Long?
Yeah, it's totally redundant. Every report that we get for any rezoning or any neighborhood plan amendments or anything that comes along has comments about tree protection in it. What we have this task force do for the last couple of years is to help develop those policies by which staff will apply to any applications that come forward to council. So their work is almost done. In fact, this is almost saying to them, well, we don't know if your work is good enough because we were going to ask you to do some more revisions. Certainly, whatever the recommendations have come from this task force will be applying to all developments in the township. That was the decision we made when we formed the committee, the Tree Protection Advisory Committee. So their work is being completed. Their legacy will be that their recommendations will go into any application that comes forward to council, including these 3 neighborhood plans. So their work is done, and staff will be now incorporating those recommendations and those protection mechanisms into any plan that comes forward. This, to me, just means push it around the block and get it going again for another 6 months. And I think that it's been long enough that this Brookswood plan has sort of wandered around and hasn't been completed. We've got to move forward, and it's time to do that. And I think the work of the committee has been done and will be incorporated into future work. To ask him to go back and redo it again, I think in my way, is a bit of an insult in a way. It's been done.
Councillor Ferguson.
That's interesting.
No, you didn't hear that. You better check your ears there.
Mr. Mayor, I have the floor. Thank you very much indeed.
But then,
The idea of an insult for anybody living in the Brookswood Fernridge area, and that trees aren't important, tree canopies aren't important. The Brookswood Neighborhood Plan is sat on our desk. The last council, 2014 to 2018, did not deliver on it. And that should be clear. I guess you won't read about that in the news or a newspaper, but the last council, the 2014 to 18, did not deliver on the Brookswood Fernridge Neighborhood Plan. So we are now looking at a few months left of and Mr. Mayor, you're always counting the meeting. How many more meetings we got to get left, Mr. Mayor?
Lots. And this one's
Tell the truth.
Going to get longer.
Tell the truth.
Carry on.
Okay, so maybe the clerk can tell us if you don't know. But the thing is, I think the idea of asking the committee, you're right, that is a good idea. So if they say no, good, at least we tried. But I believe that trees and tree canopies and nature and the environment and all those things are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward, did you wish to make that referral motion?
Do indeed, Mr. Mayor, and then I'll speak to that specifically. So I have that here.
Okay, is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Well, maybe I'll I have the wording.
I just
I'll
need to get the wording on the motion.
Yeah, maybe I'll move it first. Refer contemplation of this additional work item request to TPAC for their consideration and acceptance prior to its commencement.
Okay, we got
You
that.
have that?
Just a second. And then okay, and it's been seconded by Councillor Richter. So, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to, so I think, I respect some of the other comments. I think that there would be, I think TPAC is the vehicle, so I've said that before. I think it does have some great subject matter experts. Maybe it could have a few tweaks to its makeup if it accepts this from other members of council. If they wish to make some tweaks to some of its membership, that could still be done as well. The way I look at it is that Brookswood is unique. And I think Brookswood deserves a slightly unique process, maybe an in-depth look specifically on this issue as it relates specifically to Brookswood and Fernridge. I think that it reveals that some members of council maybe don't understand how some of this works. The tree protection bylaw on urban land is a separate mechanism, separate from, say, the subdivision and servicing bylaw, which has not been looked at by this committee. And so it's not about rejecting their work or insulting them or any of these kinds of things. I don't know where that's coming from. They did some valuable work on unrelated items, but on a tree protection item. So what I saw in the motion was a very clear justification here. The purpose of TPAC, this is in the first whereas, is to provide advice and guidance for the protection, preservation, and planting of trees in the Township of Langley. So to me, it's well within its purpose and its mandate, and we're being very specific here on a scope of work that I don't know if would really take that long. I don't see why it would take that long. And I don't see what the harm is to ask them if they want to do it and have a look at it. Because again, witnessing their conversations, witnessing the care and the consideration they gave to some of these challenging issues around how are you going to preserve tree canopy while developing a greenfield area as sensitive as Brookswood. It's going to be a unique challenge. I think I would like these unique, very compelling experts to have a look at. I think it would be different than some of the other areas and consideration on how maybe density can be used to preserve some of these green spaces, which we haven't seen much of in Willoughby, for example. So I think it's valuable. I think it's an idea that makes a lot of sense to me, given that the body already exists. And this, if they're willing to do it for a couple, 2-3 meetings, maybe that's all it would take. I don't see the harm, but I see a lot of potential upside and benefit that could come out of that I think I would find very valuable and very useful. And I think, again, that Brookswood is unique and deserves and should be considered a slightly unique process. Perhaps explore some other ideas that other municipalities may be doing that this body of experts can suggest, outline, and detail, and debate with the staff, and allow me to witness that if I can attend the meetings. And so I think, to me, this is very valuable. I think it's a great idea, and I wholeheartedly support it. But I also respect that other members of council would like to ask them before we assign it to them, which I support as well. Thank you.
Councillor Long? On the referral?
Yeah, the reason I don't support asking them is because I don't think that they need to be consulted in this particular case, because they have done their work. And I think that this does negate all the work that the committee's done, because they have put some policies forward for us to consider. And now we're saying, well, wait a minute, we'd like you to do something else. The process that's been followed for these community plans, the neighborhood plans, also involved huge amounts, hundreds of hours of consultation with the different neighborhood planning committees. Their work has been done. We're almost at the point now where the plan is going to come forward for public consultation, that we can actually put the plan into effect. So I don't think there's a need to go back and restart the whole process, because I think it does send a message that, well, we're not satisfied. Somehow I believe I am satisfied, and most of council are, with the work that TPAC has done. And I think we should also be acknowledging the work that the neighborhood planning committees have done, and that this plan is ready to proceed, and that all of these activities that have been put forward by the TPAC will be integrated into any plans that come forward for council to consider. So I don't think there's any need to go back.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, just through your worship, maybe just a question to staff. Are there, I know we had community planning teams for the Brookswood, the various neighborhoods. And are those planning teams continuing on in their work in additional input, or are there any other task forces that are specifically operating directly related to these 3 neighborhood plans as we go forward, or is all the work of the community planning teams done? Is there no other task force related to this that are going to be still functioning?
Your Worship, there is a neighborhood planning team that was established by council with very I guess, defined and specific requirements for residency and a number of different factors that's been operating, that's been guiding the process of the neighborhood planning development process for the past couple of years. So I guess the short answer to Councillor Whitmarsh's question is yes, and it is continuing to function until such time as council, I think, inherent in their establishment was council's consideration of the neighborhood plans. So they have been and continue to be functioning until the plan has been delivered to council.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the intention of the mover of this motion here is that this group of people on TPAC, I guess those who want to participate, would be limited to giving input on tree canopy, tree preservation in those neighborhood plans. Is that the intention by the mover? Is that a yes?
Yeah, he's on the speaker's list, so he can respond.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I strongly disagree with the comment that this motion negates the work that TPAC has done. On the contrary, I believe it strongly supplements and complements the work that TPAC has done. And has been mentioned before, these are the subject area specialists. Why wouldn't we ask them if they could take this on and if they would take it on? So I support asking them that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You. Councillor Ferguson.
Comment the fact there's been good discussion, and it's a great idea to let the TPAC committee have a decision whether they want to move forward. I actually believe they probably will, but that will be up to them. And they actually, it's just like any other task forces, Mr. Mayor, their time will be limited, and they will be probably told their time will be limited and proceed accordingly. I think it's important that, yes, they're there to look out tree protection advising, and that's something that's important to folks who are either both on the neighborhood planning committee and also on the TPAC committee as well. So I think it's a win-win for all, and we're also moving forward with the community plan. So we haven't seen it yet at council, but I think it's contiguous for moving forward with the two together. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
All right, so to go. Yeah, I just want to clarify, Mr. Mayor, and some final comments on the referral that members of council keep referring to it as a task force. It's not a task force. It's an advisory committee with to me, the pretty clear justification to review tree protection issues. Wasn't formed to do something really quick and then disband. I think asking them to maybe add one little more work item for some period of time makes sense. It's an advisory committee, not a task force. So let's let them advise. I think that makes so much sense that a body of experts sit there to let them advise as part of an advisory committee. Thank you.
Okay, so on the referral, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Arneson, Mayor Froese, Councillor Long, it carries. Is there any other business? Councillor Kunst. No, we're going to get to the other business. Yeah. Councillor Kunst, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have some, there's Wayne Crossan, and it actually has to do with the Brookswood neighborhood plans. He's asking if there will be a public consultation, in-person opportunity for people to, discuss the neighborhood plan. So I was just wondering if we could have a response from staff, if there will be an opportunity for in-person for people instead of just the virtual.
Well, with the COVID rules, so things are changing, but I'm not sure where we are with the consultation in person.
Your worship, well, as the matters progress, I think at some point, subject to the events of today, the plans would be coming forward to council, and those plans would have a public hearing or public input session. And in all likelihood, by the time they came forward, it would be public hearing, but I'm presuming that to be the case.
Okay, so it's just referring to item 13. So maybe if we just were able to have an answer for Mr. Crossan.
Sure.
He's from Brookswood.
Staff can do that. Thank you.
And I also have one, item 14, John Atchison. He's got a tree that he's really concerned about, and I'm just wondering if staff have obviously read it. If there's what do we do with that? I don't want this tree to fall on his property and for someone to get injured.
Yeah. So staff will look at that. I don't know if it's already been referred or not.
Just for clarity, your worship, once communications come in, staff catalog and act upon them. If council wishes to raise them, it usually means there's some further thing that's desired beyond what the letter was requesting. So it's a very, very prudent to raise it. It's just it's a catch up. So in this situation, we'll go forward and determine how the tree issue was addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Richter?
Yes, and I had flagged that one too, because he says the tree is tilting to one side. So I was wondering if we could get a second opinion. But yeah, if staff are going to go back and review that, that would be a good thing. Mr. Mayor, with regards to the February 24th items distributed, item number 15, which concerns 196th Street and 36th Avenue parking, could a copy of that entire report, which is pages 31 to 54, be sent to Mrs. Kraft?
Yes.
Okay, and then item number 16, which was on page 55, I was absolutely delighted to see that Mr. Cesarati had referred that going forward, the township will look to put in place a council policy or specific bylaw to deal with exterior lighting on single-family homes. Could staff bring that back as soon as possible? I would prefer a bylaw. But maybe we have to start with a policy, although I thought we had a policy, and maybe we should move now to a bylaw.
Okay, Mr. Backen, yeah, thank you. Okay.
Okay. In terms of items distributed today, number 12 on page 22, garbage cleanup and an additional garbage can needed at 196th Street and 72nd Avenue. Could staff look into that?
Yep, we'll do that.
And also item number 15 on page 27, which is another cannabis project. And the request was, when is this coming to council? And could the writer of the letter please be informed as to its status? So this has not come to council yet, this 8842 10th Street. When will it be coming to council, and can we let the letter writer know?
Staff can look into that. I think we never have complete control over what the proponent will do, but they can basically let it know that it's in process. I don't know if we can do much more because it's...
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I'll ask for a motion to resolve into special closed.
So moved, Davis.
Council Davis, Councillor Long seconds it. Councillor Long, you had an item? Personnel?
1B.
Okay. The personnel, okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. And a motion to terminate. Councillor Whitmarsh moves it.
Second it.
Davis seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. All right, so that ends the public meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. So we will commence with the closed meeting and then see what we can get through. And then we may have to adjourn, but we'll see. Or prioritize.
Mr. Mayor, are we not at
Yeah.
a procedure bylaw at the point for a break?
Well, actually, that's not in the bylaw, but Mr. Backen, what's your direction? I mean,
Your worship, there's, I think we can consolidate some of the closed agenda. There's one critical item we have to dispose of because of some time limitations, and the rest I think I can probably reschedule, but I think we need to get to that. But if you want to take a 5-minute break,
sure.
We can go from there.
Let's take a 5. We'll come back. We can start the public hearing 15, well, up to 30 minutes later, but we'll see if we can just get, we can prioritize some of the issues. We're coming back next week, but there is an important one that does need some sort of direction. So what we'll do is we'll come back and see how fast we can go and maybe go from there. So take a break, 5 minutes, come back at 6:25.